Acaranya berada di area lobi.
Komite Nasional Ekonomi dan Keuangan Syariah Island.
Research and Education Island. Sustainable Fashion, Sustainable Lifestyle Island. Social Development.
Sobat ISEF, sekarang saya akan mengajak Anda untuk mengunjungi Komite Nasional Ekonomi dan Keuangan Syariah Island yang beranggotakan 15 kementerian, otoritas, dan lembaga. Komite Nasional Ekonomi dan Keuangan Syariah atau KNEKS diketuai oleh Presiden RI dan dibantu oleh Wakil Presiden RI sebagai Wakil Ketua selaku Ketua Harian. Merupakan sebuah lembaga non-struktural yang bersifat independen dalam pelaksanaan tugas dan fungsi wadah kolaborasi, beranggotakan 3 Menteri Koordinator, 7 Menteri, Ketua Dewan Komisioner OJK, Gubernur Bank Indonesia, Ketua Dewan Komisioner LPS, Ketua Umum MUI, dan Ketua Umum Kadin, dengan Menteri Keuangan merangkap sebagai sekretaris yang bersama-sama bersinergi mendorong pengembangan ekonomi dan keuangan syariah nasional untuk mewujudkan visi Indonesia sebagai pusat ekonomi dan keuangan syariah dunia. Island ini akan menampilkan informasi berbagai program, kebijakan, dan berbagai macam produk yang diinisiasi, dicanangkan, serta telah diimplementasikan oleh seluruh anggota Komite Nasional Ekonomi dan Keuangan Syariah.
Setelah puas melihat Island, sekarang saya mau ajak Anda untuk menikmati Fashion Show. Fashion Show sendiri akan dimulai dari tanggal 28 hingga 30 Oktober 2020 yang akan menampilkan beragam karya busana muslim dari perancang busana kenamaan dan keren. Untuk berpartisipasi dalam kegiatan internasional dan domestik webinar sesuai dengan minat Anda hanya tinggal klik button International and Domestic Webinar. Kegiatan ini sudah berlangsung sejak Agustus 2020. Selain itu, juga ada kegiatan talk show. Kemudian juga ada business coaching, workshop, business matching, dan one-on-one meeting. Jangan takut ketinggalan karena Anda bisa kembali menyaksikan semua rangkaian acara kami di platform ISEF 2020 ini. Di exhibition hall ini, Anda bisa menemukan beragam jenis produk unggulan yang tersebar di 10 island yang berbeda. Mulai dari Healthy and Organic Food Island, Sustainable Fashion Island, Islamic Boarding School Island, ada juga Islamic Commercial Finance Island, Islamic Social Finance Island, ada juga Coffee and Tea Island. Kemudian Agriculture, Herbs and Spices Island, Muslim Friendly Tourism Island, dan juga ada Ethnic, Craft and Cosmetics Island. Temukan juga beragam jenis produk lainnya di Other Sectors Island. Sekarang kita coba masuk ke salah satu island. Kita masuk ke Healthy and Organic Food Island. Di sini sudah ada contoh beberapa display makanannya. Bisa kita lihat ada rendang dan gudeg dan juga abon serta dendeng. Kalau misalnya Anda berminat melihat gudeg dan rendang, tinggal klik. Nah, di sini bisa langsung melihat berbagai informasinya termasuk link untuk ke e-commerce-nya langsung. Jadi bisa langsung berbelanja. Masya Allah. Jangan lupa di ISEF 2020 juga terdapat berbagai hadiah menarik termasuk e-voucher dan juga souvenir untuk Anda. Meski sudah puas berbelanja di Exhibition Hall, jangan lupa bahwa di tanggal 28 Oktober 2020 nanti akan dilaksanakan opening ceremony. Anda tinggal klik button opening ceremony dan hadir di tanggal tersebut yang insya Allah juga akan dibuka secara resmi oleh Presiden Republik Indonesia. Wah, tidak terasa Sobat ISEF, kita sudah sampai ke penghujung dari virtual platform tour. Tapi ingat, ini baru sebagian. Bahwa pandemi COVID-19 yang melanda Indonesia dan dunia bukanlah akhir segalanya. Justru ini munculkan peluang baru, lahirkan karya dan inovasi. Menyatukan jarak dalam dunia maya bukan lagi hal yang tidak mungkin. Virtual tidak lagi hanya dirasakan di film saja. Tapi kini, di hadapan Anda, virtual terasa nyata. Salam sehat untuk Sobat ISEF semua. Sekarang kita kembali ke acara.
Haji itu dimulai dari niat. Yakinlah, Allah memampukan.
Dalam rangka mendorong pengembangan ekonomi syariah, Bank Indonesia bersama kementerian dan otoritas yang tergabung dalam Komite Nasional Ekonomi dan Keuangan Syariah serta berbagai stakeholders ekonomi dan keuangan syariah kembali menyelenggarakan ISEF ke-7. Pandemi COVID-19 memberikan dampak yang sangat luas, tidak hanya krisis kesehatan, namun menyentuh berbagai sisi sektor kehidupan, termasuk sektor ekonomi yang terdampak luas. Untuk meminimalisir hal tersebut, berbagai usaha dan kolaborasi telah dilakukan oleh pemerintah dan berbagai lembaga negara. Hal tersebut dilakukan melalui penyesuaian anggaran belanja di berbagai sektor dan penerbitan kebijakan bauran lainnya untuk memperkuat stimulus ekonomi. Penguatan kelembagaan juga dilakukan oleh pemerintah untuk mendorong ekonomi dan keuangan syariah melalui perubahan fungsi KNKS menjadi KNEKS agar pengembangan sektor keuangan syariah juga dapat dilakukan beriringan dengan pengembangan ekonominya. Koordinasi di antara kementerian dan lembaga terus ditingkatkan agar kebijakan yang ditempuh bisa memberikan dampak positif yang sesuai dengan kondisi di lapangan. Dunia pesantren dan berbagai penggiat usaha syariah berikhtiar dengan inovasi melalui penerapan usaha berbasis protokol COVID-19, mendorong produk ketahanan pangan dan mengembangkan renewable energy. Pemasaran berbasis teknologi digital dilakukan agar penyediaan produk halal dapat dipasarkan secara luas dengan harga terjangkau. Ekosistem keuangan syariah dikembangkan melalui berbagai penerbitan produk keuangan syariah seperti cash wakaf link sukuk, bank wakaf mikro, dan realisasi kur. Pada keuangan sosial syariah masyarakat secara berbondong-bondong menyalurkan zakat, infak, sedekah, dan wakaf atau ziswaf untuk membantu masyarakat yang kekurangan. Seluruh hal ini dilakukan agar manfaat pengembangan ekonomi dan keuangan syariah dapat dirasakan oleh seluruh komponen ekonomi bangsa. Ikhtiar demi ikhtiar terus digelorakan oleh seluruh elemen bangsa. Kebijakan yang adaptif, inovasi pada sektor usaha dan keuangan syariah memberikan kita semangat untuk terus bekerja sama dalam kebaikan. Dalam rangka mengoptimalisasi dampak positif kerjasama yang telah dibangun oleh seluruh pemangku kepentingan, Bank Indonesia bersama dengan KNEKS menciptakan sebuah platform terintegrasi, yaitu Indonesia Syariah Economic Festival atau ISEF dan Festival Ekonomi Syariah atau FESYAR yang dapat mengakomodir terbentuknya silaturahim yang erat di antara regulator, profesional, pelaku usaha syariah, unit usaha pesantren, korporasi domestik dan internasional, komunitas masyarakat, dan akademisi. Diharapkan dengan bertemunya seluruh komponen tersebut, tujuan menjadikan Indonesia sebagai salah satu pusat ekonomi dan keuangan syariah dunia dapat terwujud. Saat ini, ISEF telah memasuki penyelenggaraannya yang ke-7, yang telah berhasil meraih pencapaian positif pada bidang ekonomi dan keuangan syariah Indonesia, terhubungnya pelaku usaha syariah dengan investor, dan peningkatan literasi masyarakat. Mulai tahun 2017, ISEF selalu diawali dengan kegiatan festiar di 3 daerah, Sumatera, Jawa, dan Timur Indonesia. Pelaksanaan ISEF dan Festiar kali ini dilakukan dengan konsep yang berbeda dari tahun-tahun sebelumnya, yaitu menggunakan format virtual. Rangkaian ISEF 2020 akan mulai dilaksanakan pada bulan Agustus dan puncaknya pada bulan Oktober 2020. Mari melangkah bersama ISEF 2020 menjadikan Indonesia sebagai pusat ekonomi dan keuangan syariah dunia.
Semua berawal dari niat yang tulus. Ikhtiar penuh tawakal demi menyempurnakan ibadah. Menjawab panggilan ilahi. Karena siapapun dapat menjadi tamu Allah.
Suara toa itu terus menggema, berbarengan dengan kayuhan sepeda ontel tua. Ialah Bintoro Asmat Iskak, atau akrab disapa Pak Bin. Iya, Pak Bin tak pernah menarifkan jasanya. Meski demikian, nyatanya ia sudah 3 kali berangkat haji. Semua hasil dari kepiawaian jari jemarinya memijit.
Alhamdulillah, Allah memberi sudah 3 kali. Tahun 83, terus tahun 96, terus tahun 16 kemarin.
Kini, jika Allah ridhoi, anak serta istri Pak Bin akan berangkat haji 2024 nanti.
Anakku nanti tahun 2024 7 orang. Anakku, bojoku, mantuku udah bayar semua, tinggal nunggu berangkat. Nek anakku tak kon bayar sendiri. Tiap hari kerja atau enggak kerja, buka toko atau enggak buka toko, tak kon nabung 20.000 per hari. Aku akhirnya sebulan setor ke bank. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Al-Hajju ashhurum ma'lumat.
Iya, hidup memang tak bisa ditebak. Semua bisa saja terjadi jika Allah sudah berkehendak. Pak Bin, salah satu contoh bagaimana seorang pejuang haji benar-benar Allah ridhoi ke tanah suci, bahkan tidak 1 kali. Begitulah jika Allah sudah cinta terhadap seorang umat. Iman yang kuat tak akan pernah sia-sia. Semua pasti ada ganjarannya dari Allah Ta'ala.
Haji itu dimulai dari niat. Yakinlah Allah memampukan.
Dalam rangka mendorong pengembangan ekonomi syariah, Bank Indonesia bersama kementerian dan otoritas yang tergabung dalam Komite Nasional Ekonomi dan Keuangan Syariah serta berbagai stakeholders ekonomi dan keuangan syariah kembali menyelenggarakan ISEF ke-7. Pandemi COVID-19 memberikan dampak yang sangat luas, tidak hanya krisis kesehatan, namun menyentuh berbagai sisi sektor kehidupan, termasuk sektor ekonomi yang terdampak luas. Untuk meminimalisir hal tersebut, berbagai usaha dan kolaborasi telah dilakukan oleh pemerintah dan berbagai lembaga negara. Hal tersebut dilakukan melalui penyesuaian anggaran belanja di berbagai sektor dan penerbitan kebijakan bauran lainnya untuk memperkuat stimulus ekonomi. Penguatan kelembagaan juga dilakukan oleh pemerintah untuk mendorong ekonomi dan keuangan syariah melalui perubahan fungsi KNKS menjadi KNEKS agar pengembangan sektor keuangan syariah juga dapat dilakukan beriringan dengan pengembangan ekonominya. Koordinasi di antara kementerian dan lembaga terus ditingkatkan agar kebijakan yang ditempuh bisa memberikan dampak positif yang sesuai dengan kondisi di lapangan. Dunia pesantren dan berbagai penggiat usaha syariah berikhtiar dengan inovasi melalui penerapan usaha berbasis protokol COVID-19, mendorong produk ketahanan pangan dan mengembangkan renewable energy. Pemasaran berbasis teknologi digital dilakukan agar penyediaan produk halal dapat dipasarkan secara luas dengan harga terjangkau. Ekosistem keuangan syariah dikembangkan melalui berbagai penerbitan produk keuangan syariah seperti cash wakaf link sukuk, bank wakaf mikro, dan realisasi kur. Pada keuangan sosial syariah masyarakat secara berbondong-bondong menyalurkan zakat, infak, sedekah, dan wakaf atau ziswaf untuk membantu masyarakat yang kekurangan. Seluruh hal ini dilakukan agar manfaat pengembangan ekonomi dan keuangan syariah dapat dirasakan oleh seluruh komponen ekonomi bangsa. Ikhtiar demi ikhtiar terus digelorakan oleh seluruh elemen bangsa. Kebijakan yang adaptif, inovasi pada sektor usaha dan keuangan syariah memberikan kita semangat untuk terus bekerja sama dalam kebaikan. Dalam rangka mengoptimalisasi dampak positif kerjasama yang telah dibangun oleh seluruh pemangku kepentingan, Bank Indonesia bersama dengan KNEKS menciptakan sebuah platform terintegrasi, yaitu Indonesia Syariah Economic Festival atau ISEF dan Festival Ekonomi Syariah atau FESYAR yang dapat mengakomodir terbentuknya silaturahim yang erat di antara regulator, profesional, pelaku usaha syariah, unit usaha pesantren, korporasi domestik dan internasional, komunitas masyarakat, dan akademisi. Diharapkan dengan bertemunya seluruh komponen tersebut, tujuan menjadikan Indonesia sebagai salah satu pusat ekonomi dan keuangan syariah dunia dapat terwujud. Saat ini, ISEF telah memasuki penyelenggaraannya yang ke-7 yang telah berhasil meraih pencapaian positif pada bidang ekonomi dan keuangan syariah Indonesia. Terhubungnya pelaku usaha syariah dengan investor dan peningkatan literasi masyarakat. Mulai tahun 2017, ISEF selalu diawali dengan kegiatan FESYAR di 3 daerah, Sumatera, Jawa, dan Timur Indonesia. Pelaksanaan ISEF dan FESYAR kali ini dilakukan dengan konsep yang berbeda dari tahun-tahun sebelumnya, yaitu menggunakan format virtual. Rangkaian ISEF 2020 akan mulai dilaksanakan pada bulan Agustus dan puncaknya pada bulan Oktober 2020. Mari melangkah bersama ISEF 2020 menjadikan Indonesia sebagai pusat ekonomi dan keuangan syariah dunia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Bapak Ibu dan juga Sobat ISEF, kami ucapkan selamat datang di virtual platform tour dari Indonesia Syariah Economic Festival 2020. Saya Randy Wicaksana akan memandu Anda untuk mengintip canggihnya virtual platform tour dari ISEF di tahun ini. Indonesia Syariah Economic Festival atau ISEF merupakan salah satu event keuangan dan juga ekonomi syariah yang terdepan dan terbesar di Indonesia, mengintegrasikan pengembangan sektor keuangan dengan perekonomian sektor real yang dihadirkan secara istimewa, yakni secara virtual untuk Anda dimanapun Anda berada. Sobat ISEF, tour kita mulai dengan melihat sebuah bangunan yang Anda lihat saat ini di layar Anda menyerupai sebuah dom. Ini kita jadikan sebagai rumahnya ISEF untuk melangsungkan berbagai macam kegiatan ISEF di tahun ini. Yang unik dari bangunan ini adalah menggunakan motif batik kawung. Batik sendiri adalah ciri khas dari bangsa Indonesia. Motifnya yang sederhana tapi elegan menjadi salah satu ciri tersendiri yang kita harapkan akan Anda mudah ingat dari motif batik Indonesia. Selain itu, bentuk dom ini rancangannya diambil dari kubah masjid yang melambangkan rumah Islam yang menaungi seluruh kegiatan ISEF. Masya Allah, gimana keren ya? Udah canggih, keren pula. Sekarang kita lanjutkan tour dengan masuk ke welcome gate dari platform ISEF ini. Tapi sebelum saya ajak masuk, kita ajak sobat ISEF untuk melakukan pendaftaran terlebih dahulu ya. Usai mendaftar, Anda bisa masuk ke lobby ISEF dengan terlebih dahulu memasukkan data email, password, dan kemudian klik login. Welcome to virtual platform ISEF 2020. Yang Anda lihat saat ini merupakan lobby utama dari virtual platform. Gimana? Keren kan? Yang Anda lihat di belakang saya ada sebuah layar besar bertuliskan agenda. Di sana Anda bisa melihat berbagai jadwal kegiatan dari penyelenggaraan ISEF tahun ini. Di sebelah kanan layar Anda ada social media wall yang berisikan berbagai unggahan dan juga updatean yang ditampilkan secara real time dari sosial media ISEF, baik dari Twitter, Facebook, hingga Instagram. Berikutnya akan muncul panduan navigasi untuk membantu Anda mengetahui bagaimana cara menjelajahi virtual platform ini. Lobby juga bisa Anda saksikan dari angle bird view seperti ini. Jadi semakin memudahkan Anda untuk melihat ada apa aja yang berada di area lobby. Sobat ISEF, di bawah saya ini terdapat berbagai icon yang bisa Anda gunakan selama Anda menjelajahi virtual platform ini. Di sisi paling kiri Anda terdapat sebuah icon bergambarkan rumah bertuliskan lobby yang jika Anda klik akan membawa Anda kembali ke tampilan lobby setelah Anda menjelajahi virtual platform ini. Salah satu kegiatan penting dalam penyelenggaraan ISEF 2020 ini ialah International Showcase. Sobat ISEF bisa mengunjungi 10 island. 4 diantaranya berada di area lobby.
Komite Nasional Ekonomi dan Keuangan Syariah Island,
Research and Education Island, Sustainable Fashion, Sustainable Lifestyle Island, Social Development.
Sobat ISEF, sekarang saya akan mengajak Anda untuk mengunjungi Komite Nasional Ekonomi dan Keuangan Syariah Island yang beranggotakan 15 kementerian, otoritas, dan lembaga. Komite Nasional Ekonomi dan Keuangan Syariah atau KNEKS diketuai oleh Presiden RI dan dibantu oleh Wakil Presiden RI sebagai Wakil Ketua selaku Ketua Harian. Merupakan sebuah lembaga non-struktural yang bersifat independen dalam pelaksanaan tugas dan fungsi wadah kolaborasi, beranggotakan 3 Menteri Koordinator, 7 Menteri, Ketua Dewan Komisioner OJK, Gubernur Bank Indonesia, Ketua Dewan Komisioner LPS, Ketua Umum MUI, dan Ketua Umum Kadin, dengan Menteri Keuangan merangkap sebagai sekretaris yang bersama-sama bersinergi mendorong pengembangan ekonomi dan keuangan syariah nasional untuk mewujudkan visi Indonesia sebagai pusat ekonomi dan keuangan syariah dunia. Island ini akan menampilkan informasi berbagai program, kebijakan, dan berbagai macam produk yang diinisiasi, dicanangkan, serta telah diimplementasikan oleh seluruh anggota Komite Nasional Ekonomi dan Keuangan Syariah.
Setelah puas melihat island, sekarang saya mau ajak Anda untuk menikmati fashion show. Fashion show sendiri akan dimulai dari tanggal 28 hingga 30 Oktober 2020 yang akan menampilkan beragam karya busana muslim dari perancang busana kenamaan dan keren. Untuk berpartisipasi dalam kegiatan internasional dan domestik webinar sesuai dengan minat Anda hanya tinggal klik button International and Domestic Webinar. Kegiatan ini sudah berlangsung sejak Agustus 2020. Selain itu, juga ada kegiatan talk show. kemudian juga ada business coaching, workshop, business matching, dan one-on-one meeting. Jangan takut ketinggalan karena Anda bisa kembali menyaksikan semua rangkaian acara kami di platform ISEF 2020 ini. Di exhibition hall ini, Anda bisa menemukan beragam jenis produk unggulan yang tersebar di 10 island yang berbeda, mulai dari Healthy and Organic Food Island, Sustainable Fashion Island, Islamic Boarding School Island, ada juga Islamic Commercial Finance Island, Islamic Social Finance Island, ada juga Coffee and Tea Island, kemudian Agriculture, Herbs and Spices Island, Muslim Friendly Tourism Island, dan juga ada Ethnic, Craft and Cosmetics Island. Temukan juga beragam jenis produk lainnya di Other Sectors Island. Sekarang kita coba masuk ke salah satu island. Kita masuk ke Healthy and Organic Food Island. Di sini sudah ada contoh beberapa display makanannya. Bisa kita lihat ada rendang dan gudeg dan juga abon serta dendeng. Kalau misalnya Anda berminat melihat gudeg dan rendang, tinggal klik. Nah, di sini bisa langsung melihat berbagai informasinya termasuk link untuk ke e-commerce-nya langsung. Jadi bisa langsung berbelanja. Masya Allah. Jangan lupa di ISEF 2020 juga terdapat berbagai hadiah menarik termasuk e-voucher dan juga souvenir untuk Anda. Meski sudah puas berbelanja di Exhibition Hall, jangan lupa bahwa di tanggal 28 Oktober 2020 nanti akan dilaksanakan opening ceremony. Anda tinggal klik button opening ceremony dan hadir di tanggal tersebut yang insya Allah juga akan dibuka secara resmi oleh Presiden Republik Indonesia. Wah, tidak terasa Sobat ISEF, kita sudah sampai ke penghujung dari virtual platform tour. Tapi ingat, ini baru sebagian. Bahwa pandemi COVID-19 yang melanda Indonesia dan dunia bukanlah akhir segalanya. Justru, ini munculkan peluang baru, lahirkan karya dan inovasi. Menyatukan jarak dalam dunia maya bukan lagi hal yang tidak mungkin. Virtual tidak lagi hanya dirasakan di film saja. Tapi kini, di hadapan Anda, virtual terasa nyata. Salam sehat untuk Sobat ISEF semua. Sekarang kita kembali ke acara.
Semua berawal dari niat yang tulus. Ikhtiar penuh tawakal demi menyempurnakan ibadah. Menjawab panggilan ilahi. Karena siapapun dapat menjadi tamu Allah.
Suara toa itu terus menggema, berbarengan dengan kayuhan sepeda ontel tua. Ialah Bintoro Asmat Iskak, atau akrab disapa Pak Bin. Iya, Pak Bin tak pernah menarifkan jasanya. Meski demikian, nyatanya ia sudah 3 kali berangkat haji. Semua hasil dari kepiawaian jari jemarinya memijit.
Alhamdulillah Allah memberi sudah 3 kali. Tahun 83, terus tahun 96, terus tahun 16 kemarin.
Kini, jika Allah ridhoi, anak serta istri Pak Bin akan berangkat haji 2024 nanti.
Anakku nanti tahun 2024 7 orang. Anakku, bojoku, mantuku udah bayar semua, tinggal nunggu berangkat. Nek anakku tak kon bayar sendiri. Tiap hari kerja atau enggak kerja, buka toko atau enggak buka toko, tak kon nabung 20.000 per hari. Wah, akhirnya sebulan setor ke bank. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Al-Hajju ashhurum ma'lumat.
Iya, hidup memang tak bisa ditebak. Semua bisa saja terjadi jika Allah sudah berkehendak. Pak Bin, salah satu contoh bagaimana seorang pejuang haji benar-benar Allah ridhoi ke tanah suci, bahkan tidak 1 kali. Begitulah jika Allah sudah cinta terhadap seorang umat. Iman yang kuat tak akan pernah sia-sia. Semua pasti ada ganjarannya dari Allah Ta'ala.
Haji itu dimulai dari niat. Yakinlah Allah memampukan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. من ذا الذي يقرض الله قرضا حسنا فيضاعفه له أضعافا كثيرة. والله يقبض ويبسط وإليه ترجعون. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وأذن في الناس بالحج يأتوك رجالا وعلى كل ضامر يأتين من كل فج عميق. وعلى كل ضامر يأتين من كل فج عميق. وعلى كل ضامر يأتين من كل فج عميق. صدق الله العظيم. السلام عليكم.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Assalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. Your Excellency, Dr. Badar Al-Hajjar, the President of Islamic Development Bank. Your Excellency, Dr. Perry Pargio, the Governor of Bank Indonesia. Distinguished speakers, colleagues from the government institutions, Hajj fund agencies, and financial institutions, and all participants, brothers and sisters. On behalf of BPKH, Badan Pengelola Keuangan Haji, or the Hajj Funds Management Agency, I'm pleased to welcome you to the second International Hajj Conference. This conference is held in conjunction with the 7th Indonesia Sharia Economic Expo, or ISEF, organized regularly by Bank Indonesia, the Central Bank of Republic of Indonesia. So this conference is jointly organized by BPKH and Bank Indonesia. Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers, brothers and sisters, having approximately 234 million Muslims, Indonesia is the largest Muslim country in the world. Muslim occupies around 87% out of 269 million Indonesian population. Outside the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Indonesia shares the biggest Hajj pilgrims, more than 220,000 pilgrims every Hajj season. Indonesia is also the second biggest number of Umrah visitors after Pakistan. Every year, around 1 million Indonesian performs Umrah. Indonesia has been implementing open registration system and first-come, first-basis policy for Hajj since 2004. By this policy, everyone who wants to do Hajj can register to the government by paying some portion of Hajj expenses as a down payment. Due to this open registration system and first-come, first-basis policy, now the waiting time for Indonesian, since he or he registers to join the or $716 million per year. Our agency, BPKH, was established by the government in the mid of 2017 to manage these funds directly under the supervision of President of Republic Indonesia. BPKH vision is to become the trusted Hajj funds agency to optimally invest the Hajj funds and to serve better Indonesian Hujjaj. Under this existing law, BPKH is allowed to place and invest the funds in various financial instruments and any other means of investments complying Sharia or Islamic principles. Your Excellency, distinguished speakers, brothers and sisters, since its establishment in 3 years ago, Alhamdulillah, BPKH has been managing the funds very well. It is shown by some key indicators, such as the increase of numbers of the new Hajj registrants, the increase of amount of asset under management, as well as the amount of return resulted from the various funds placement and investments. In addition to this, BPKH has achieved audit unqualified opinion or wajar tanpa pengecualian WTP 2 times for its annual financial reports in 2018 and 2019. To achieve the objectives of BPKH in Indonesia, the challenge is mostly finding opportunities Sharia compliant instruments or projects. Since Sharia financial industry has been just newly growing in Indonesia, there are still limited investment opportunities which comply with Sharia. Besides aiming at investing the funds domestically, we also aim at investing the funds internationally. In this regard, we have started working together with Islamic Development Bank to manage the funds to increase the value. The biggest challenge we face in overseas investments is to meet targeted return with acceptable risk, especially legal risk and credit risk. To overcome these challenges, we are expecting to make further collaboration with Islamic Development Bank and develop networking with local and international organizations to exchange views and best practices in various topics related to Hajj and Islamic investments. Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers, brothers and sisters, with regards to the matters I just mentioned, let me underline the importance of this conference. That is, to share lessons learned and find the opportunities to develop cooperations. There are two themes for these events. Today, we focus on global Hajj funds management and the economics of Hajj. And tomorrow, we will have Islamic Investment Forum featuring IMF, IDB or ISDB, regulators, and key industry players. The speakers for this two-day conference come from various prominent organizations, i.e., international financial institutions such as Islamic Development Bank, government institutions such as Bank Indonesia and Ministry of Finance of Indonesia, Hajj fund agencies such as Perbadanan Tabung Amanah Islam Brunei, or TAIB, Lembaga Tabung Haji Malaysia, LTH Malaysia, National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NAHCOM, and Indonesia Hajj Funds Management Agency, or BPKH, and academics from universities such as International Centers for Education in Islamic Finance, INCEIF, Malaysia, and Lebanese American University, and also organizations related to Hajj, such as World Hajj and Umrah Convention. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of BPKH, I would like to express our gratitude to Dr. Bandar Hajjar, the President of Islamic Development Bank, for being here at this very moment, despite the time difference between Jakarta and Jeddah. I understood it is very early in the morning after Fajr in Saudi, and thank you for your coming. Thank Your Excellency, and we look forward to your keynote speech. I would like to express also our gratitude to Bank Indonesia for co-organizing first and second International Hajj Conference as part of the 6th and the 7th ISEF. Finally, on this opportunity, please allow me to extend our gratitude also to parties, colleagues who have made this conference possible, particularly colleagues from Bank Indonesia, Ministry of Finance of Indonesia, Islamic Development Bank, all speakers and participants, and our staff from BPKH. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala rewards our efforts as good deed. So, without further ado, by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby declare that the second International Hajj Conference is officially opened. I wish you all a fruitful and rewarding discussions during the conference. Thank you. Assalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
President of Islamic Development Bank, Dr. Bandar Mejai. The time is yours.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, very clearly.
Excellency, yes.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. His Excellency Dr. Islam Fauzi, Chairman of Supervisory Board of the Indonesian Hajj Fund Management Agency, His Excellency Dr. Beri Warju, Governor of Bank of Indonesia, ISTP alternate Governor, distinguished delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu'alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It gives me immense pleasure to participate in this international conference as part of the 7th Indonesian Sharia Economic Festival. Although we couldn't meet and interact in person, the organizer efficient virtual managements have made everything possible to bring together such prominent gathering. On behalf of the Islamic Development Bank Group, I offer my sincere prayer for Indonesian and our member countries and the world as a whole to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic and make a swift and complete recovery as soon as possible. First, I would like to emphasize the long-standing efforts of the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in serving millions of pilgrims from all corners of the world every year. The Saudi government undertakes large-scale infrastructure investment to provide all necessary transportation, energy, health, and logistical services for pilgrims who don't incur any taxes or charges. All the country's relevant ministries work in full steam every year to contribute to this holy task. In this manner, pilgrims have to cover only their travel, accommodation, and living expenses during their stay. I would like also to express my sincere appreciation to Indonesian government for its continued support for the Islamic Development Bank Group since joining the bank as a founding member in 1974. We are very proud of our engagement in Indonesia since its inception. The ISTB has been actively contributing to Indonesian socio-economic development, impacting people's life. Today, Indonesia is one of our most active members, and it is the most populous member country. The ISTB group has assisted Indonesians' development efforts through financial products and services, capacity building, South-South cooperation, technical assistance, and capital market support. And the total ISTB group financing for Indonesian stand at nearly $5.5 billion. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, unlike the 2008 global financial crisis, external factors were behind the current COVID-19 pandemic. These factors have directly hit the real economy, where the 2008 financial crisis had hit the financial system. Similar to several previous crises, financial services survival boils down to three main elements: liquidity, capital, and profitability. To deal with the COVID-19 crisis, central banks have announced various measures for liquidity support to the banking sector, including lowering reserve requirements, lowering the regulatory capital buffer, and bonds book buying program, availability of central bank credit lines. The first two measures help both Islamic and conventional banks. However, In some jurisdictions, the last two measures are hard to obtain for Islamic banks, either due to non-affiliability or legal impediments. Like the banking sector, the capital market are not immune to the impact of COVID-19. With unexpected flurry of credit rating downgrade, funds will be limited to high-quality issuers, resulting in a greater severity. The Islamic capital market is the second largest component of the Islamic finance sector, where Sukuk is a significant contributor. While sovereign Sukuk market is expected to be less affected by pandemic, the story for the corporate industry Sukuk may be different. The immediate effect could be a freeze on new Sukuk issuance due to the uncertainty leading to the unattractive funding cost. As far as Islamic equity markets are concerned, several interesting studies have indicated that Sharia-compliant equities perform markedly better than comparable conventional equities. This perhaps confirms the risk-sharing value that is an inherent feature of the Islamic finance. For Hajj project to play an influential development role, they need to have a rich pipeline of projects. For this purpose, the Islamic Development Bank had established Project Facility Fund. Distinguished guests, now allow me to share how the ISTB Group has mobilized all its resources to meet the pandemic economic challenges. As you know, most of the ISTB member countries are low or middle-income countries, having weak healthcare system and low ratio of health workers with limited capacity to effectively tackle the negative impact of the pandemic, rendering them extremely vulnerable. Many countries have limited resources and systems to put up an effective action plan to respond to the outbreak, and besides, several ISTB members largely rely on commodities, tourism, SMEs, and foreign investment and capital inflows to drive growth. As immediate response to COVID-19 pandemic, ISTB Group has committed $2.3 billion under a fast-track program to help member countries address adverse effects of their economies. This flagship strategic preparedness and response program follows a holistic three-track approach, namely response, restore, and restart, involving short, medium, and long-term measures to build resilience, economic, and priority beyond the health sector. The response track proposes immediate action to address member countries' emergency need in terms of health and food security, and medium-term measures to build the preparedness for future epidemic. It comprises three subcomponents: healthcare emergency response, food emergency response, and strengthening the health system. Restore track efforts offers medium-term actions to strengthen the health and economic system to overcome the pandemic. It financing SMEs, trade to sustain active core strategic value chain, ensuring necessary supply mainly in health and food security. Restart track support long-term action to kickstart the economy on the solid and resilient foundation and catalyze private sector investment. Ladies and gentlemen, before closing my speech, I would like to submit some proposals for considerations by esteemed representatives of the different Hajj funds presented today. There are vast and diversified investment opportunity in the Muslim world, which has total population of 1.8 billion and full market size of $7 trillion. Therefore, it is a valuable opportunity for all Hajj funds to contribute to developing Islamic countries suffering from a severe shortage of essential economic and social infrastructure. This will also lead to improving the current modest level of economic integration between these countries. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to end my address by reiterating my thanks to this event's organizer, especially. Special thanks also go to Indonesian Sharia Economic Festival for cementing the partnership with the ISDP group, reinforcing our role as critical strategic partner in Islamic finance and economic sphere. I wish you all very fruitful and rewarding conference. Thank you. Assalamu'alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now let us welcome the honorable governor of the Bank Indonesia to deliver the second keynote speech, Dr. Ferry Wardian. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Praise to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for his blessing that we gather here in this International Hajj Conference of 2020. On behalf of Bank Indonesia, we welcome all the distinguished speakers and participants to this conference. We would like also to express our gratitude to Indonesia Hajj Fund Management Agency, Badan Pengelola Keuangan Haji, BPKH, as our co-organizer. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, each year around 2 to 3 million Muslims from around the world perform Hajj. Alhamdulillah, this shows that Muslims now become more economically established. Praise to Allah for his blessing. Even now, millions more Muslims are still lined up to be able to perform Hajj, with waiting time becoming longer and longer. For example, in Indonesia, the waiting time more than 20 years. Along with this, accumulation of Hajj funds increase substantially every year. For example, I heard as of July 2020, Indonesia BPKH managed approximately 139 trillion rupiah of Hajj funds, nearly about $10 billion increased by 40% from 2018. The issue is how best this accumulation of Hajj funds to be managed optimally in accordance with Sharia principles so that the pilgrims' needs for Hajj services guaranteed from the revenue generated, while assuring the governance, security, and accountability of the funds management. These two key issues that I do believe warrants careful and far-reaching discussion and formulation from this conference, with the hope to be able to come up with internationally best practices for reference for Muslim countries and around the world. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, let me share some thoughts on exploring new opportunities in Islamic finance instrument for managing Hajj funds. The first instrument is the one that integrates Islamic social and commercial finance, such as cash, wakaf, link, sukuk. In Indonesia, together with Minister of Finance and National Wakaf Body, Badan Wakaf Indonesia, BWI, we with the Bank Indonesia launched the first ever sovereign cash wakaf link sukuk during the IMF World Bank annual meeting back in 2018. This Sharia instrument has been successfully implemented through private placement in March 2020. This 5-year maturity instrument provides an investment return in the forms of discount and coupon. The discount, paid once at the beginning of the transaction, is issued for renovation and provision of medical equipment of a wakaf hospital, while the coupon, paid every month, is used to finance free of charge medical services at the same hospital. Masya Allah, this instrument has demonstrated the multiple benefits for the Ummah. The second is Green Islamic Investment through Green Sukuk that offers not only competitive returns but also help for better environment. As far as I remember, the government of Indonesia has successfully issued global green sukuk 3 times, respectively in March 2018, February 2019, and June 2020, of which each issuance was oversubscribed. The total issuance is amounted to $2.75 billion over returns of ranging from 2.3% to 3.9% with around 5 years tenor. As for retail green sukuk, the government of Indonesia issued the first retail green sukuk in November 2019, which attracted about more than 7,700 individual investors, accounted for about 1.46 Indonesian rupiah trillion, with return or yield of 6.75% on 2-year tranche. The third investment opportunity is investing in the halal industry. As we all aware, there is a rising need for halal products and services from Ummah to fulfill their lifestyle in compliance with Sharia principle. In 2019, the total Muslim food expenditure in Indonesia was accounted for $173 billion, ranked number 1 in the world, whereas Muslim apparel expenditure was amounted to $21 billion, ranked number 3 in the world. For this reason, financial support through investment to develop the halal industry is needed for greater benefit to the Ummah. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, let me now turn to the second issue, i.e. assuring governance, security, and accountability. In this regard, let me stress 3 points for Hajj fund management to be professionally and internationally best practice. First, management of Hajj fund needs to formulate and implement clear investment policies, which contains, among others, investment objective outlining how best serving the needs of Hajj pilgrims, asset classes to be invested, strategic asset allocation, returns target, and risk preferences. Second, investment guidelines, which includes return target and risk limits for each classes, risk management measure, as well as loss limit measurement. And the third, organization and human resource capability that encompass organization structure, decision-making process, technical competencies, as well as reporting and accountability. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, these are some of my preliminary and humble thoughts on managing Hajj fund in accordance with Sharia principle to meet the pilgrims' needs for Hajj services from the revenue generated, as well as assuring the governance, security, and accountability of the funds management. Bank Indonesia is committed to support the Hajj funds management by Indonesia BPKH and Hajj services by the government through, among others, maintaining monetary and financial system stabilities, including rupiah exchange rate stability, continuing our role in financial market deepening, including the development and creation of various financial instruments that are Sharia compliant. Bank Indonesia is also engaging cooperation with BPKH Indonesia in a number of areas, including providing technical assistance in investment and foreign exchange management, as well as electronification program for pilgrims transaction to increase the quality of Hajj services. In closing, I wish you all fruitful discussion and deliberation during this conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, next session, I would like to invite Dr. Kurnia Al-Islami, the Executive Board Member BPKH, to lead the virtual discussion, Global Hajj Fund Management. Dr. Kurnia Al-Islami is the Best National and Global Islamic Finance Activist, President Award winner, Bank Indonesia 2018, who currently serves the Executive Board of Badan Pengelola Keuangan Haji Indonesia. Recently awarded Anugerah Tokoh Alumni by IIUM. She is also AAOIFI Master Planner, FAA Certificate Assessor, IFM Advisory Board Member, Sharia Board Member, and Strategic Advisor of Islamic Development Bank. The panelists are Alhaji Zikrullah Kunle Hassan, Chairman National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, Haji Osman bin Haji Mejai, Deputy Managing Director of Perbadanan Tabung Amanah Islam Brunei, Dr. Presiden Yusuf, Malaysia, Group Managing Director and CEO Lembaga Tabung Haji, LTH, Dr. Anggito Abimanyu, Indonesia, Head of Executive Board, Indonesian Hajj Fund Management Agency, BPKH, For your information, the Q&A session will be conducted after the last speakers. If you have any questions, please submit your question through the question chat. Dr. Huria, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh wa na'udzu billahi min sururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina. May yahdihillahu fala mudhillalah wa may yudhlil fala hadiyalah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa man tabi'ahum bi ihsan ila yaumiddin. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Your Excellency Dr. Periwarjio, the Governor of Bank Indonesia, Your Excellency Dr. Banda Haja, the President of ISDB, Excellencies, Professors, Doctors, Speakers, ladies and gentlemen, we are now commencing the first session of the International Hajj Conference. During this session, we will focus on global Hajj fund management. We may have among us wondering why Hajj fund management. It is quite interesting that during our visit to Tabung Haji several years ago, we had the story about why the Tabung Haji was established, because during that time in the 1950s, 1960s, or even earlier than those period, people went to Hajj and they came home broke. And we also heard the story about how the Dana Abadi Umat, the Perpetual People Fund, they are now under the management of a Hajj fund agency, has been accumulated. That was because people went to Hajj, they faced difficulties in the Holy Lands, and those who have the access, they would like to actually help those who are facing these difficulties. But these are the stories that we had some 50, 60 years ago. Now, we do have this, the recently established BPKH, Badan Pengelola Keuangan Haji, or in English we call it the Hajj Fund Management Agency, because due to the OIC's quota system that allows only 0.01% of every country's Muslim population, and as you know, Indonesia being the country with the largest Muslim population, the number of people who would like to go for Hajj has accumulated, and therefore the government has to establish a system, a fair queuing system that will ensure people can go and perform their fifth rukun of Islam, that is to go for the pilgrimage, the Hajj on the Holy Land. And therefore, the government has established the queuing system on a first-come, first-served basis. Whoever registers will actually get their number noted, and they will actually go according to their registration number. But because Indonesia being a country with the largest Muslim population, the number has accumulated. Now we have over 4.5 million people in the wait, and the size has also accumulated. We have over 140 trillion under management as of today. What will be quite challenging though for Tabung Haji and BPKH, we will hear it firsthand later on from the respective CEOs and the head of the executive board, is the fact that this institution, and probably type, we will hear from the managing director as well, we are subsidizing the pilgrims. So basically the pilgrims pay only half or sometimes even less than what the actual cost for the pilgrimage. And therefore, the challenge that we are facing, we need to actually optimize the return from the Hajj fund management. And this will be particularly difficult during the pandemic with all the changes, the economic crisis all over the world. So we'll be excited to hear the story firsthand from our noble speakers who will share their strategies, methods, and perhaps lessons from the unique experience they're going through during this pandemic. So we are honored today, as we already have with us the CEOs and leaders of the respected global Hajj institution, the very people who determine the faith, and the direction of the institution, and in a way also the fate of the pilgrims in their respective countries. So we have the CEO of Tabung Haji, being the pioneer in Hajj fund management, also impactful player in the market type, the Tabung Amanah Islamic Brunei, as we have already, we have the deputy managing director who has already joined us, And also we have with us the Chairman and CEO of NAHCOM, the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria. And last but not least, the Head of Executive Board of BPKH, already market maker for Islamic finance in Indonesia despite his very young age, less than 3 years now. We'll have speakers in such order to deliver their presentation, inshallah, each for a period not exceeding 15 minutes. I'll read the profile of each speaker before the presentation, and after we have concluded all the presentation, we'll open the floor to the audience to ask questions. So now, without further ado, we will call upon Datuk Ni Muhammad Hashuddin Yusof to do his presentation. Datuk Ni Muhammad Hashuddin is currently the Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Tabung Haji since September the 1st, 2019. He holds a Bachelor of Business Accounting degree from Curtin University, Perth, Australia, a Fellow for CPA Australia, and a member of the Malaysian Institute of Accountants. He is an independent non-executive director of BIMB Holdings Berhad, Bank Islam Malaysia Berhad, and Tabung Haji Plantation Berhad. Datuk Ni has also been appointed as the chairman of Cagamas Holding Berhad and BIMB Investment Management Berhad. Datuk Ni is the former executive director of Market and Corporate Supervision at the Malaysian Securities Commissions and former executive chairman of the Audit Oversight Board. He has served as the member of the Bursa Malaysia Listing Committee, a member of the Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission Operational Review Panel, and a member of the Corporate Debt Restructuring Committee established by Bank Negara Malaysia. Datuk Ni has been involved in the accounting profession in Malaysia and the region. He is the former president of the Malaysia Institute of Accountants, the former deputy president of the Asian Accounting Federation, and has served as the executive committee and strategy committee of the Confederation of Asian and Pacific Accountants. Datuk Ni is also the former chairman of the committee to strengthen the accountancy profession, which has proposed measures to reform the accounting provision in Malaysia. So with all those line of experience, we cannot wait to hear from you, Datuk. The floor is yours.
Assalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Madam Moderator, for your kind introduction. I have 3 points to share today. First is basically to introduce who is Lembaga Tabung Haji. Number 2 is to share a bit about our business model. And the third point is basically to discuss about issues in Hajj financial management. Ladies and gentlemen, Tabung Haji was established in 1962. We are the body that is authorized to deal with Hajj matters in Malaysia. We manage the Hajj quota for the country, and we do license private Hajj operators who are also servicing the Malaysian pilgrims if they so choose, instead of going with Tabung Haji. So what do? We basically mobilize deposits from depositors. The depositors can place their deposit with us. It's behaving like the normal saving account with banks, and they are free to withdraw their money as and when they feel so. And upon the collection of the deposit, we will then invest on their behalf. And the third part of Tabung Haji is basically to provide services to our Hujjaj. Every year we manage more than 25,000 Malaysian pilgrims, end-to-end from education in Malaysia, their travel to the 2 Holy Lands, accommodation, performance of Hajj, and for us to bring them back safely to Malaysia. At this point of time, we have 9 million depositors, and we have mobilized a fund amounting to approximately 18 billion US dollar. So the deposits that we collect are invested in 4 asset classes: equity, fixed income,
property as well as cash for the purpose of liquidity. And the profit from the investment is used to pay for our operation costs, for the zakat on behalf of our depositors, as well as to provide financial support for the Hajj services that we offer. And the balance of that, we have the ability to provide some return to our depositors. So in a nutshell, we have to balance between three issues. One is to administer the fund in the best interest of depositors. So all our fund belongs to our depositors. Tabung Haji does not have its own capital. So in that sense, we are similar to a bank operating without capital. So that is a very important responsibility. And where we place the investment is also critical because it has to basically comply with our risk appetite, as well as to provide reasonable returns so that we can do the three things as I mentioned earlier. On the other hand, we have to provide the Hajj service, and Alhamdulillah, I think the Malaysian Hajj services is recognized globally as one of the body that provide excellent services. Our internal assessment from our Hujjaj also provide the response. I think we have more than 95% satisfaction level, so that is very important. And on top of that, as mentioned by Madam Moderator, a portion of the Hajj cost is supported by Tabung Haji. So it's important for us to balance between the safety of deposit, the return that is generated from our investment, and the various costs that we have to manage. If we can go to the next slide, please. So if you look at the slide I'm sharing with you, we have to balance between the fund administration and the Hajj management part of Tabung Haji. In addition to that, we operate through 120 odd branches around the country, and to mobilize the deposit as well as to provide our Hajj services. So with that respect, one, we have to make sure that we have the critical fund size so that the return from that fund is adequate to enable Tabung Haji to perform its public obligation functions. At the same time, we must be efficient so that we are able to maximize the return to our depositors. So I think these are the three major critical issues that we have to manage at Tabung Haji. Can we go to the next slide, please? So, so how do we connect the dots? How do we basically run an organization? So at the moment, we are focusing on 6 key areas. As I mentioned, fund administration is very important. We need to generate a sustainable return and to ensure that at every point of time, we have asset surplus over liabilities. Because that is basically to ensure the deposit of our depositors are safeguarded. And this is where we need to really define the risk appetite that are willing to take in terms of choosing our investment. I mentioned earlier about our Hajj management. We have to ensure that we continue to provide excellent services, and we have to take into consideration development in the Holy Lands in terms of the physical development, the cost pressure, and the need for us to manage the increasing number of pilgrims as the population of Malaysia increases. And I did mention about operation. We have to continue to grow stable deposit to make sure that there's no unnecessary liquidity pressure on Tabung Haji. And at the same time, we are also investing in technology to ensure that we are able to reach our constituents without adding too much cost. And to connect the 3 key pillars that we have in Tabung Haji, the investment in people is very important. As I mentioned, the size of fund that we manage is equivalent to some of the banks in Malaysia, and therefore the kind of skill sets that we need to have in Tabung Haji particularly in fund management, in Hajj administration, and in operation, similar skill sets that are demanded in the marketplace. So we have to be competitive in terms of talent acquisition, talent development, and talent retention. But at the same time, we are also pushing our people so that they are able to demonstrate the discipline that a Muslim institution require when we manage the trust of our depositors. Hence, the other component that we are focusing on is governance, because this is a very important part of tabung haji. We are managing the trust of our depositors. Hence, the way we run our business, the way we take risks, the way we manage ourselves in line with the world best practices in terms of governance. The other component that we have in tabung haji is what we call the tabung haji group. Over the years, we have investment in certain strategic assets. We own or we control Bank Islam, which is the first Islamic bank in Malaysia. We are also controlling Syarikat Takaful Malaysia, which is the first takaful operator in the country. We do have tabung haji travel, which provide services, especially Umrah. So we have investment in key strategic assets, and whenever you control, you are taking a different kind of risk, and therefore we have to make sure that the way we manage, the way we run those businesses are in line with the principle of Islam. At the same time, it provides a return that we expect to our depositors. My final slide, please. So when it comes to issues in fund management, I think apart from the three pillars of operation that I mentioned earlier, I would like to see that we have three key issues that we have to manage. For example, in terms of profitability, we have to really balance between the risk appetite that is appropriate for institution and like tabung haji with the return that we generate. I'm sure with the kind of fund that we manage at the moment, it can be very tempting for us to look at all opportunities, but we have to remember the structure that we have as a fund where the institution itself is not capitalized. We have to be very mindful about the kind of risk that is suitable for tabung haji. The other issue is about whether you want to focus on passive income or you want to have more active income. Of course, active income will provide you with higher return, but together with that will come the investment risk, which may work against tabung haji. The other part about profitability is where do we place our money? Of course, being a Malaysian operator, we spend or we invest more in Malaysia, but we also have global exposures in countries like Australia, in UK, and even in Saudi, and we continue to look for opportunities, but at the same time, we are very much aware about the risk that comes together, especially the country risk as well as the currency risk. And of course, you know, whether we continue to be a portfolio player or we control companies like I mentioned earlier, this will be the trade-off that we have to continuously review. On the other side, how we allocate our asset is very important. We have our strategic asset allocation reviewed regularly, normally around a 2-year cycle, because that is where we shape the risk of tabung haji. So having a very robust asset allocation process is important to make sure that we are taking cognizance of market situation, especially now where the return is very low and on certain to a certain extent certain cost has gone up. So in view of that, we have to be very careful, and as I mentioned, we have developed policies such as asset equalization reserve, where certain amount of profit is retained to ensure that there is a buffer in situation where there is a unexpected pressure on our asset value. And of course, we do have a capital strategy to ensure that the risk to our depositors is appropriately managed. The other part of issue that we have is basically on liquidity. As I mentioned, perhaps different from other Hajj organization, the deposit that are placed with us are liquid in nature. Depositors can at any point of time decide to withdraw their money. So a very robust liquidity management framework is very important, and this is also reflected in our asset allocation strategy, because it ensures that there is adequate liquidity whenever there is a demand for withdrawal. And this is important because Tabung Haji has to maintain the trust and confidence of our depositors. So we are developing new liquidity management tools. We are looking at stress testing and various other tools, including centralized treasury, so that we are able to take opportunity from the market while at the same time ensuring that we are not exposing our depositors to unnecessary risk. So, Madam Moderator, perhaps to conclude, Tabung Haji is an integrated Hajj management institution. Not only we mobilize deposit, but we invest the money, as well as we are also the Hajj operators. To a certain extent, the transfer of fund and the transfer of cash whenever is needed for the Hajj operation is done seamlessly. This can be something that helps us to provide the excellent Hajj services that we had been providing, but at the same time, it can also be a challenge, because if you cannot pass a certain amount of those costs to depositors, then Tabung Haji as an institution or our depositors will have to absorb that additional cost. So this is something that is quite important to us, and given the COVID pandemic that is affecting the world globally, it is becoming more challenging for us to maintain a certain targeted return, but at the same time we are very conscious about risk-taking, because all the deposits that we mobilize belong to our depositors, and it has to be invested based on that purpose, and ensure that whenever they need to go for Hajj, there is money for them to withdraw and ensure they can fulfill their the obligation in the fifth pillar of Islam. So perhaps I stop here and I take question later. Thank you. Assalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Datuk Ni. Very interesting presentation. And mashallah, Tabung Haji has quite impressive portfolio, well-established business. I'm very interested in the diversification approach that you have done, very impressive indeed. And the idea of integrated Hajj management may be something, this holistic approach is something that the government of Indonesia would like to look into in future perhaps. And very interesting indeed, you already have 2 questions about your presentation, but those questions will have to wait. We will move to the next speaker first, Dato. Thank you so much. We'll get back to you, Dato. So our next speaker will have with us now the Deputy Managing Director of Perbadanan Tabung Amanah Islam Brunei. So the second speaker is Haji Osman bin Haji Muhammad Jai. Haji Osman bin Haji Muhammad Jai is currently the Deputy Managing Director of Perbadanan Tabung Amanah Islam Brunei Type Brunei Darussalam since December 2019. Haji Osman holds an MBA in Risk and Insurance Management from the University of Nottingham, United Kingdom, and attended University Technology Brunei (UTB), studying business and finance. Prior to his current role, Haji Osman was the Managing Director of Insurance Islam Type Holdings in Rennes Berhad, IITH, a wholly subsidiary of Perbadanan Taib, as well as the Managing Director of IITH subsidiaries, namely Insurance Islam Type General Takaful Sudan Berhad, IITJT, and Insurance Islamic Type Family Takaful Sudan Berhad, IITFT. He joined IITH in August 2000 as directed by its parents company Perbadanan Taib, and was given the responsibility to head and manage the subsidiary company. From September 2020 to August 2013, Haji Osman was appointed as the acting managing director of Darussalam Holdings Sdn Bhd, DHSB, another subsidiary of Badanan Taib, which was established to cater for Hajj and Umrah operation as a national pilgrimage Hajj agent. Haji Osman is currently a member of the Center for Islamic Banking, Finance and Management, CIBFM, Board of Directors, and he was the former chairman for Brunei Insurance and Takaful Association, BITA, from the year 2014 until November 2019. Very interesting experience indeed, Tuan Haji Osman, and we look forward to listening to you and your presentation. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am Haji Osman bin Haji Muhammad Jair, the Deputy Managing Director of Perbadanan Tabung Amanah Islam Brunei, simply called as TAIB. And if it's loosely translated, Tabung Amanah Islam Brunei is the Brunei Islamic Trust Fund. I can go over to my slide, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, this presentation is about Perbadanan Tabung Amanah Islam Brunei, so I can say simply as TAIB with this presentation. Next, please. My presentation will include the background of Perbadanan TAIB, the group structure, the Hajj management, and the fund management. Next slide, please. Okay, as you can see from the slide, the background of TAIB, it was established on 29 September 1991 and established under Perbadanan Tabung Amanah Islam Brunei Act. That means Perbadanan TAIB is a statutory body formed by the government of His Majesty. As you can see in the picture, that was on the day itself, the 29th September 1991, where His Majesty was the first depositor to Perbadanan TAIB's account. Okay, and Perbadanan TAIB is the first Islamic financial institution set up in Negara Brunei Darussalam. Okay, so we have been here for 29 years and coming to 30. So of course, during that time, there were only around 23 employees when it was first established. Okay, next slide, please. These are the principal objectives of TAIB. Firstly is to hold and manage the tabung, which is the fund, and to formulate policies in connection therewith. These are the extraction from the Perbadanan TAIB's Act, Chapter 163. TAIB is to perform all banking, financing, commercial, and investment operations, and to establish and participate in industrial and economic development projects either in or outside Brunei Darussalam in accordance with the Act. So Perbadanan TAIB itself is kind of a financial institution, and we can't simply call us a bank, but Perbadanan TAIB can do all the banking services. Its main aim is to inculcate the savings for the people of Brunei Darussalam in order to perform the Hajj. Okay, it's quite different with other Hajj fund management where perbadanan type can actually give financing to the account holders. Okay? But it's not the financing for the Hajj. It's other financing such as property or vehicle financing or corporate financing, which will be appearing in my next slides. Yeah, the other thing is to carry out other objects as the minister responsible for religious affairs with the approval of His Majesty the Sultan and Yang di-Pertuan by order published in the Government Gazette. So, perbadanan type regulated by the Ministry of Finance and also Ministry of Religious Affairs. So these are the two ministries that regulate perbadanan type. Even though perbadanan type can do the banking or financing services, the central bank, which is MBD, is another side that we can look onto, but we don't officially regulated by them. But we simply give the best practices that outlined by the central bank, which is MBD, that we can put onto our operation as our guidelines. Okay, next slide, please. So these are the 4 business units in type. So we have the treasury and investment, where we have the short-term products such as Islamic money market placement and investment, and long-term products such as sukuk in the fixed income category. So we have corporate banking, giving out term financing and also banker's guarantee. And we also operate as a retail banking. We give number of savings products. So if you can see, the account taker Haji is actually the main product in order to have the Hajj fund. So it is mandatory for those intending pilgrims to register. They have to open an account called account taker Haji with perbadanan type. Okay, so that's the mandatory condition. So other than that, in retail banking, we have also term deposit and financing, and also platinum type, that is a kind of exclusive services to certain depositors, and other services that I would like to highlight on zakat. So perbadanan type is also appointed as an amil, the collector for zakat, for those account holders which have their deposits in type. So as an appointed amil, we also have the part, we play part in the collection. So whatever we collected, we will hand over to the Majlis Ugama Islam Brunei, MUIB, as the collection of zakat from the depositors. But for perbadanan type, being a statutory body, it does not have to pay zakat. Okay, another business that we also venturing into petrol stations and also properties. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this is the corporate group structure of perbadanan type. So we have the main perbadanan type, where I am now, and we have subsidiaries, Insurance Islam type holdings dan Berhad, which have 2 businesses, the general takaful in Insurance Islam type general takaful, and the family takaful with Insurance Islam type family takaful. And we have Darussalam Holdings Sindiran Berhad, which is the main Hajj package that gives the traveling packages for the Hajj and Umrah. Other than that, they also give out for outbound or inbound packages for tourists. So Darussalam Holdings has a subsidiary of Darussalam Services, which looks after properties as well. And the other subsidiary is the type filling station that we have currently 2 filling stations operating in Brunei. Next slide, please. Okay, if we were to categorize the subsidiaries, is more of a financial, insurance Islam type, as I said, giving out the general and family takaful businesses. And for the commercial, it's Darussalam Holdings, providing the Hajj and Umrah packages, and also the travel for inbound or outbound. And also Darussalam Services, which also give out the services as listed. Okay, they also manage the properties in Brunei Darussalam. And industrial, we can categorize in oil and gas business. Also, the type filling station is kind of a retail that we provide. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, on Hajj management, it's quite different with others. Yeah, for type, it's for the depositors. So we are giving out the banking services. Okay, so Perbadanan type works together with the subsidiaries and also other stakeholders. Okay, in terms of registration, that will be under Jabatan Urusan Haji, which is in orange. Yeah, it's in my slide. And Jabatan Urusan Haji is the Hajj Management Affairs, which belongs to the Ministry of Religious Affairs. So it's a department under Ministry of Religious Affairs. So all the registration, all the queuing, or first come, first basis, that will be under them. For us, Perbadanan type, as I said, it's the saving element that the intending pilgrims that need to have. For Darussalam Holdings, the subsidiary of Perbadanan type, it's established to provide the services and to manage the welfare for the Hajj and Umrah pilgrims. So they are the one who taking good care of our Jemaah or pilgrims. Okay, and the other subsidiary of Perbadanan type, Insurance Islam type Holdings, they are the one who provide the takaful for the Hajj and the Umrah pilgrims. So it's to make sure they are all covered while they travel, and also when they are in the Holy Land. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, these are the brief roles of the parties under Perbadanan type, and also the Hajj management under Jabatan Urusan Haji. So Darussalam Holdings are the one who prepared the packages. So the intending pilgrims will have to choose which package they would like to go with. Of course, they can only go after getting the letter from Jabatan Urusan Haji or the Hajj management from the Ministry of Religious Affairs, because they are the one who takes the queues. Yeah. Okay. We work together with Jabatan Urusan Haji, Ministry of Religious Affairs, in terms of preparation for the Hajj, most closely with Darussalam Holdings. Yeah? But in fact, Jabatan Urusan Haji, Ministry of Religious Affairs are the one who give out the licenses for the packages. I mean for the company who operate the packages. Yeah, because it's not only Darussalam Holdings are giving out or offering the Hajj and Umrah packages, but there are other numerous Hajj packages companies. But in fact, Darussalam Holdings had the most number of intending pilgrims usually using Darussalam package. But for now, I guess for Bruneian, since this pandemic COVID-19 and it was postponed for last Hajj season, so it will take around 10 years for the intending pilgrims to go once they register. So kind of longer time, because the number of quota given to Brunei is around only 1,000 pilgrims per year. So it started in 2012, where we had only 400 pilgrims being able to perform the Hajj according to 0.01% quota. Yeah, since our population is only around 430,000 people, so there are not many of us in Brunei. So it was given only 400 people in 2012. But Alhamdulillah, it was increased to 1,000 a few years after that. Okay, but even though with 1,000 Hajj pilgrims per year, it will require around 10 years of waiting time. So I can say there are now around 10,000 intending pilgrims waiting for them to perform the Hajj. Okay. So Insurance Islam Type Holdings, as I mentioned, they provide the takaful product for the intending pilgrims and Umrah. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, in terms of fund management, we have in the group investment committee. So this group investment committee are the one who approve the proposal from the 3 subsidiaries, including Perbadanan type. So it comprises of the board of the members of the board of directors and also the managing directors of respective Perbadanan type, Darussalam Holdings and Insurance Islam Type Holdings. Okay, next slide, please. So on the asset allocation, since I mentioned that Perbadanan type offers banking products and services, so we give retail financing and corporate financing, but we are not under the Islamic banking order because Perbadanan Type Act itself satisfied that we can do the banking services products. And so, of course, we have cash equivalent on Islamic money market and saving, and we also with fixed income, the sukuk and the global sukuk, and alternative investment, and also equities. For now, the asset under management of Perbadanan is around 1.9 billion Brunei dollars, and we have around 160,000 account holders in Perbadanan type. So, Alhamdulillah, we capture most of the market. But of course, the intention of us to help our Bruneians to save in order to perform the Hajj. So with the length of time of waiting time, so hopefully they can systematically save for the Hajj. Okay, with all that, I thank you very much and hand over to you, to the moderator, Dr. Hoyer. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Tuan Haji Osman. It's very enlightening and many new information that we received today. It is very interesting to note that, mashallah, it's all different mode that we have, then different approach. In Tabung Haji, as the Datuk Nik call it, integrated. In Taib, you have a full-fledged banking system at Taib, but you have the subsidiary that also offers the Umrah and Hajj services. What's quite interesting, the fact that I wouldn't expect for a small country, we are talking about size, we're not talking about wealth, of course. Despite the small size of the country, you have 10 years of waiting and 10,000 pilgrims in the wait. But I'm sure there will be people asking about it, and especially for the Tabung Haji, because I remember 5 years ago, when my brother-in-law would like to register for Hajj, he saw on his slip for the Hajj registration with Tabung Haji, the waiting period was 105 years. So that's something I definitely know. People will ask to Datuk Ni. So, well, very different approach between all the three, between Tabung Haji, between Taib, between BPKH. The only thing that is the same between the three of us, probably only that the fact that we are all established by law, by act of parliament in your two cases, and we call it law in Indonesia. But other than that, there are so many varieties, so many things. But definitely there are many things that we can learn from both institutions. Now let me move to the next speaker. For the next speaker, it was scheduled that the chairman and the managing director of the NAHCOM, Alhaji Zikrullah Kunle Hassan, the chairman and chief executive officer of the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, was scheduled to deliver the presentation. Let me ask his profile nevertheless, because we will be seeing his presentation anyway. He holds bachelor degrees, BSc in Business Administration from the University of Lagos, Nigeria, a law degree, LLB from the Lagos State University, Nigeria, and a Bachelor of Law, BL, from the Nigerian Law School, Lagos. Before his appointment as NAHCOM chairman, he was the chairman and Amir Hajj of Osun State Muslim Pilgrims Welfare Board for the period of 2010 to 2018, where he won several awards for the Osun State Pilgrims Welfare Board. He was also chairman, Forum of State Chairmen and Secretaries of Muslim Pilgrims Welfare Board Agency between year 2014 to year 2017. He was senior special assistant to the Osun State Governor on religious affairs from the period of 2010 to 2018, Principal Counsel Kunle Hassan and Associate from 26 to 2010, and Chief Executive Tafsan Tours and Travel, Official Hajj and Umrah Operator of Nasirullahi Fathi Society of Nigeria, NASFAT. He's also the Chairman, Board of Trustees of Fajr Center, a standardized center for memorization and teaching of Islam and Arabic from 2019 until now. And he currently serves as the Director of Da'wah, Islamic Propagation of the Companion, Association of Muslim Men in Business and the Profession since 2004. Alhaji Zikrullah Kunle has participated in several conferences and seminars on Hajj locally and internationally. Unfortunately, in the peep of time, Alhaji Zikrullah Kunle Hassan has to actually attended to something on a very urgent basis. So he will not be able to present it this time, but he will have his presentation to be delivered by Ishaq Ibrahim Mejai, and he is the Principal Executive Officer of the NAHCOM. So without further ado, Brother Ishaq Ibrahim Mejai, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Your Excellency, Islam Rosi, Dr. Bandar Hajar, our big brother, Dr. Aini Abimayu, Dr. Korea, Mr. Mohammed stand on the same protocol. I want to apologize, like the moderator has just mentioned that the chairman CEO became indisposed just some minutes ago, and I have to present his paper on his behalf. Before I go to his presentation, I would like to just give a brief about the organization I represent, the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria. It was established also by law in 2006 to take over from the previous Nigerian Pilgrims boards that have been in existence since 1975. It's a regulator, and the difference between NAHCOM and Tabul Haji or BPKH is we are yet to start managing Hajj funds. We manage pilgrims of 95,000 quota every year, and then we, as I mentioned, are just into Hajj regulations. The Hajj savings scheme, that is the fund management aspect of the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, just came on board in September. That's this September. And with that, I go ahead to present the paper of the Chairman CEO Alhaji Zikrullah Kunle Hassan. I welcome us all to once again this important conference to continue our discourse on issues of mutual benefit under the umbrella of Hajj. This collaboration is significant as it has the potential to break new grounds and yield tangible and intangible evidence we are yet to grasp in these early stages of this drive. It is not out of place to say that this effort is in line with the saying of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, لَيْسَ عَلَيْكُمْ جُنَاحٌ أَن تَبْتَغُوا فَضْلًا مِنْ رَبِّكُمْ. This conference seeks to discuss best practices, identify challenges, and highlight opportunities in global Hajj fund management. However, you will agree with me that in terms of Hajj funds management, and in view of the composition of the speakers that we have in this conference, a 1 month old baby is by no means much for a 20 or 50-year-old. Therefore, while discussing best practices of Hajj funds management, it is way above our heads in Nigeria at the moment. I will attempt, however, to dwell on the opportunities we see, the challenges we foresee, and the recommendations we may want to see to. Next slide, please. I find it interesting that the participating countries in this conference collectively accounted for 19%, that's almost 1/5 of the total international programs that performed Hajj in 2019, according to statistics released by the Saudi General Authority for Statistics. In my layman's estimation, the combined funds these countries invested in Saudi in the Hajj 2019 is in the region of about $1.3 billion. To put this in a little perspective, this amount equals the combined budget of 2 states in Nigeria that have a cumulative population of 21 million people. While the total funds to be managed by these countries stands at about $25 billion in 2019, the potential to hit $50 billion by the end of the decade is very high. My brothers and sisters, a cursory look at the potential and comparative advantages of these 4 countries alone is enough reason for us to explore the possibilities abound in trade and investments within and outside the Hajj family. For instance, while Brunei has the highest GDP per capita of about $78,000 compared to Nigeria's just $5,900, By contrast, Nigeria is blessed with a large landmass of about 923,000 square kilometers, 70% of it fit for agriculture, compared to Brunei's 5,000 square kilometers and about 2.5 used for the same purpose. Similarly, while Malaysia has enormous potential in terms of ICT capabilities and Islamic finance, Indonesia's BPKH seems poised to be the largest fund manager in the globe with abundant natural resources and the vibrant human capital to match in the near future. With these facts and more, and at the risk of sounding like a trade and investments minister, I need bold to say that the global Hajj fund management is assuming an interesting trajectory in the world today. We see the likes of Malaysia's Theta SB Hajj, a bona fide child of Hajj funds making inroads in the ICT sector within and outside Malaysia, with a posting of annual income of between $19 and $21 million in the last 2 years. However, as far as Hajj is concerned, our two Hajj fund giants, like Islamic Haji and BPKH, have a lot to offer in the real estate sector in Saudi Arabia and financial services sector, especially in terms of bridge financing, which countries like Nigeria might require. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now, next slide, please. As small portion as these opportunities may seem, they are not without their fair share of challenges. For instance, certain regulations might not allow Hajj-related transactions between our organizations, except with special arrangements that will require lengthy diplomatic discourse. The nature and mode of Hajj operations by Hajj missions vary from country to country, bringing with it attendant challenges of authority, procedure, and in some instances, bureaucratic bottlenecks. This is in addition to the varying life cycles of leadership. Our organizations, which usually results to arrangements and discussions commencing with an entity which gets affected once there is a change of leadership better in that entity. Next slide, please. Now, in view of all that I've said, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to echo a call the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria has been making since 2018. It is time for the global Hajj and Umrah community to truly professionalize the management of Hajj and Umrah by having a global body in the likes of IATA, that is the International Air Transport Association, or the International Standards Organization ISO, or the Project Management Institute. This organization should set industry-specific standards, processes, accreditation, training, and related issues that will ensure that pilgrims from any part of the globe enjoy similar standards of services from their individual home countries as is obtainable with air travel, hotel, or banking services. Secondly, these discussions should result to tangible action. Countries should explore the opportunities presented in this conference and agree to follow up actions aimed at concretizing relationships and possibly signing MOUs or agreements. Thirdly, a small working group will be constituted with acceptable laws within the acceptable laws and rules to liaise and facilitate further action in terms of areas of interest between the countries. I thank you all for listening. Wassalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very interesting presentation indeed, Brother Ishaq. Unfortunately, we do have some technical issues with the sound that is actually we could hear from your side. So maybe it is not clear to most of the audience. In order to address this issue, inshallah, we'll be sharing your presentation to everyone so they can have the benefit of the information that you shared just now from reading your slide, inshallah. Thank you, brother. So now we move to the next speaker, last but not least, very interesting the fact that, well, Tabung Haji was established in 1962, type in 1991, and therefore, you know, we have this BPKH who is 55 younger than Tabung Haji and 26 younger than Taib. And yet we are hoping and we are aiming to catch up soon, inshallah, ya Pak Kepala ya. So without further ado, we'll call upon the next speaker, the head of the executive board of BPKH, Dr. Anggito Abimanyu MSc. He graduated from the degree in Faculty of Economics of Gajah Mada University in Indonesia, and he has his MSc from University of Pennsylvania, USA, and also PhD from University of Pennsylvania, USA. He is a faculty member of Department of Economics di Gajah Mada University Indonesia since 1985 until now. And he was the expert staff chairman for the Fiscal Policy Office of Ministry of Finance since 2000 to 2010. And then he served as the DG, Director General of Hajj and Umrah for the Ministry of Religious Affairs since year 2012 to 2014. He is the Chief Economist of BRI and also the Commissioner of BRI Sharia from year 2014 to year 2017. And as of 2017 until now, he is the head of the executive board for the BPKH, the Hajj Fund Management Agency that has been established by the government of Indonesia, inaugurated by the President of Indonesia in July 2017, and had under its mandate as of today over 140 trillion rupiah under management. So without further ado, let's hear the dynamic, the story, the opportunities that BPKH will have, you know, despite the pandemic. You know, we are just born, we barely can walk, and yet we have to face the pandemic. So we'll hear all the stories, inshallah. It will be interesting one, and we look forward to hearing from you, Pak Anggito. All the floor is yours, Bapak.
Terima kasih Bu Huria. Thank you Sister Huria. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin, salatu wassalamu ala asyrofil mursalin wa ala ahli washabihi ajmain, amma ba'du. I asked Sister Huria to speak last because we are the youngest among the three neighbors who already advanced in managing the Hajj Fund and Islamic finance. So I enjoy your presentation, Datuk Nick. We have exchanged WhatsApp last year. You are unable to come last year, but thank God you are up here now, and I saw your face. You are very optimistic, and I'm learning from you so much. Thank you so much for making your time. And Haji Osman, thank you so much. I've heard your name. I have the reputation of Taib, and we are learning from your reputation as very credible and very dependable Islamic finance who manage the fund quite well. And I'm looking forward to meet you in physics. So we'll fly off to Brunei, or you come to over to Jakarta, and then we'll inshallah next time. And Brother Jay, I have met you over and over in Jeddah and Mecca and Medina, and I really enjoy your presentation. I think you pick up the view very clearly. Last year, you sent Nigeria sent quite big delegation to Jakarta in the event of ISEF 6, and I've seen your presentation quite progressing in terms of bringing Nigeria in the platform of managing a modern and advanced Islamic finance, particularly in Hajj and Umrah finance. So I look forward to have a further collaboration with Tabung Haji, with Taib, and also with NAHCOM, Nigeria. I would like to focus on what happened with our BPKH in terms of financial performance, in terms of facing the pandemic COVID-19. I think most of the financial institutions are facing the same challenges. Risk has been higher, and we are moving toward the safer instruments to secure our depositors, mainly our hujat. So to make sure that our financial performance is safe and secure, and while we are maintaining the Sharia compliance portfolios. Let me just go through our presentations. Can we have the slides? Okay, the title is quite straightforward: Indonesian Hajj Fund Situation During Pandemic COVID. Next, please. Just touch on the four outlines, the introductions, and number 2 is the Hajj Fund during the pandemic, the financial performance during the pandemic, and challenges and future of the Indonesian Hajj Fund. Next. This just to give you some geographical distributions in terms of the quotas. Alhamdulillah, Indonesia is the highest number of Hajj pilgrim outside Saudi in 2019. This is certainly this is pre-COVID situations. So although we are young, but we have a great potential to grow, to catch up with our Bruneian and Malaysian colleagues, brothers. So hopefully we can collaborate that with the big size of the Muslim populations, and certainly the money will come, and then we are supposed to be able to manage our Hajj Fund far better than what we are having it now. Next. In terms of the Umrah visitors, we are the highest number of Umrah, number 2 after Pakistan. So the number of Umrah visitors in 2019 is almost 1 million. So this is also the potential of bringing the money in and managing the funds more significant. Next. Now, just a brief of the BPKH. I call it BPKH, not BPKH, so just call it BPKH. BPKH is the Indonesian Hajj Fund Management, directly under the President of the Republic of Indonesia. We are just established 3 years ago, June 2017, under the law number 34 and President's decree, etc. We are basically as government-affiliated public institutions. Our current assets at the moment is about $9.6 billion, accumulated around 10 trillion rupiah, or below 1 billion per year. The structure of the agency is we are managing by 7 members of supervisory board and 7 members of the executive board. So basically we are 14, but we are small. Number of our staff is only 140 professional staff. So, you know, it's just growing. It's growing in terms of number of asset and also the number of staff managing the fund. Next. Now, the mandate is quite clear. We have very much focus on managing Hajj Fund. We are not being mandated to manage the Hujjat, but we are managing their funds. So the Hujjats deposit their funds. We are in our account and we manage this, and we are allocate funds according to the return opportunistics, and also the manage the financial risk with Sharia compliance, certainly. So the total investable fund is about $9.6 billion, increase around 10 trillion per year, or about $700 million per year. We place in our deposits 30% with the Sharia principle, certainly with knows that the money has to be safe, has to be liquid, and alhamdulillah, we are very liquid at the moment. We are mandated to invest our funds based on the asset allocations, portfolios, fixed income, gold, direct investment, and other investment. So this is the law has said that we are certainly be given a proportion of our investable funds to invest in the Hajj-related investment in Indonesia and global. So basically we are a global players, but we are latecomer in this industry. So, but we certainly, with the size of the economy, with the size of the population of Muslim, in the next 20 years, we should be able to catch up with our neighbor countries in terms of the total Hajj fund. Lanjut, next. The return that we produced from the fund, we support the Hajj operations in terms of the subsidy for hotels, catering, nakabah, and others, including the education for our prospective Hujjaj. We deposit to the waiting list pilgrims, so the pilgrims, the waiting list pilgrims also enjoy some portion of the return. It's not much, but the proportion of this support for the operation and support for the waiting list is going to be stabilized or going to be equilibrium in the next 10 to 15 years. But at the moment, our funds was directed towards supporting the Hajj operation. We are also giving some portion of social allocation for education, health, pesantren, for mosques, building mosques, etc. But the allocation is it's not big, but it's sufficiently big. But and then the rest will be the fund is being used for operational support of BPKH. Next. Now, let's just talk about the pandemic issues and how our fund, BPKH, facing this. Basically, we are follow the government policy in terms of sending Hajj and Umrah visitors. International Umrah visitor has been stopped since 2020 March. And then the kingdom has prohibits foreigners from performing the 2020 Hajj. And we are entering the technical recession. If everyone's being aware of it, we are facing the negative growth projections, volatility of exchange rate, lower interest rate, the uncertainty and the global investment climate. Not to mention about higher risk of portfolios and short of liquidity in the economy, etc., etc. And not surprisingly, the Hajj new registration was reduced by half. Some of our Hujjat who would like to register that they cancel it because of the pandemic situation. And meanwhile, the withdrawal of the Hajj also increased, not much, but increased due to COVID. Some of them already canceled their registration because of their need of funds for the immediate usage of the funds because of the COVID. Next. Now, the common policy responded to the pandemic is quite bold and quite immediate. We canceled the Hajj visitors because of the safety reasons. But we have announced, the government has announced that those who already unable to make the trip to Saudi to be given a priority for next year Hajj season. Hopefully, inshallah, those who already waiting list can go for next year's Hajj season. The Pilgrim 2020 waiting list has been given full financial return. So those who are stay in the list, those who already kept the money in their account, in their BPKH account, has been given a full financial return. Meanwhile, the all pilgrims waiting lists are given partial return. So basically, follow like Tabung Haji's system, we basically also given return to the waiting list pilgrims. The government and BPKH also provide a stimulus. We have been asked to give a stimulus through our social funds for pilgrim guides, for the Islamic teachers who are impacted by the pandemic. So we are also contributed to the mitigating the social impact of COVID to the pilgrim guides and Islamic teachers mainly. Next. The common policy responded is quite significant. We just received a law to exempt the withholding tax to Hajj fund placement and investment. This is quite a boost, quite significant improvement in terms of been receiving the withholding, the exemption of the withholding tax. So investment on Hajj fund now has been exempted from tax. So we should be able to, this is sort of like incentive for the Hajj fund to perform better in terms of allocating funds for placement and investment. We are just also enacted the foreign Hajj investment regulation. Maybe Sister Huriah can talk about it later on. This is also an incentive, really a tools to guide BPKH to invest Hajj fund globally. We haven't had any global investment yet, except with ISDB, but we are in the process of entering to the global Hajj financial Islamic fund. So we are very much looking forward to enter to the global market. Certainly with all risk assessment and also very rigorous analysis before we are entering the global market. We are also in the process of improving the process and procedure of determining realistic cost of performing Hajj, and including terms of payment and investment allocations. Next. Now, just a bit of the financial performance. If you see that the 2020 has been quite awkward year in terms of total fund increases, but in terms of financial return, it's a contracted basically because of the investment climate, global investment climate are not being able to pick up the need for higher return and with the managed risk. But thank God, Alhamdulillah, we are able to manage funds prudently. In terms of the new registration, it's cut half. You see that the number of new registration is lowering. In terms of number of cancellations increases. So this is the impact of COVID that we have seen in terms of financial performance that BPKH is facing. Maybe also facing by Tabung Haji and also Taib Brunei. Next. The last two slides basically is just to give a summary of the strategy that BPKH managed funds during pandemic. Basically, we renew our 5-year plan because the equilibrium is different now. The game plan is different. The market is really different. The appetite of the financial institutions are also different. We are, Alhamdulillah, we are able to manage excess fund because of the Hajj cancellations. And next, we are also being able to provide a financial incentive because those who are unable to perform Hajj this year, they are being given, government has asked us to give the incentive. We are also giving the stimulus through our social funds. We are promoting the Haji Muda this more aggressively because we are anticipating that after the post-COVID, there will be more incentive, more young would like to perform for Hajj. So we are being encouraged by the move of the young Muslim to register for Hajj as early as possible. As you know that Indonesia catch up the Malaysian waiting list. We are now 20 years. Brother Datuk Nick, you are 100 years, but we are moving toward that direction, perhaps because of number of Muslim populations. But we are now promoting the Haji Muda. Those who are already have financial sufficiency, they are asked to register for Haji. We are also redesigning the organization structures. We are creating the international investment divisions. Dr. Huriah is chairing this unit. We are giving quite support from our supervisory board, and also we are delighted to really push these institutions moving toward global players. We respond to the tax exemption. We are very happy to hear that the government and the parliament has approved this exemption. And certainly we are moving toward better fund allocation, investment allocations, and certainly with the better and investment strategy, investment allocation, particularly how to entering the KSA, Kingdom Saudi Arabia market. Next. Basically, this is the back office side. We know that this pandemic requires changing in the office and office-like in structure organizations. We are limit with the work from office, no, physical limit, and we implement health protocol operations. We design new office and organization to implement new normal situation. We are in the process of finalizing all operational regulation. We are asked by our supervisory board to complete all the operational regulation this year. We are just starting our embarking or speeding up the process of digitalization of the process. We strengthened our domestic investment. We are collaborate with Sharia Bank. We are, in terms of number of Sharia Bank now is reaching to 32. We are promoting the Sharia, counter Sharia, who can becoming in our outlet to attract more registration. We are moving toward the strategy to invest in Saudi. I think Brother Jay has mentioned about the cooperation between other Hajj mission, very important for the Hajj mission to collaborate, and we're glad that we have started with Nigeria as our partner in cooperation with Hajj mission. Basically the last point I would like to mention is just the challenges that we are facing. This is a challenge by challenging to many of Hajj mission. Next, please. Terakhir. Yes. Basically, there are 5 areas of future challenges. We are still facing the uncertainty with regards to the Umrah and Hajj in 2021. Certainly, we are anticipating global economic crisis. How do we do that? Finding investment opportunity. This is the job of Sister Huria. So very challenging because we know the situation was not permissive, was not good. We have to find an investment opportunity in Saudi, safe, optimal, and secure in terms of, and risk has to be managed, particularly during the pandemic. We are in the regularly, we have been pushing toward efficient and effective Hajj management throughout the sustainability financing. And as I said earlier, we are in the process of digitalization of business process. Last, but this is maybe important for discussion among the Hajj mission, how the Hajj mission can collaborate in terms of investment portfolios, in terms of financial management, in terms of finding a good opportunity for investment, etc. This is the area that we need to discuss among the Hajj mission. Thank you so much, Sister Huria. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Pak Dr. Anggito Abimanyu. Very enlightening. If I may put in a nutshell, even during the unfortunate event, you can always find opportunities. So, MashaAllah, it very much depends on how you are going to actually approach and address it. MashaAllah, insyaAllah, Pak Kepala, under your very determined and forward-looking leadership, BPKH will emerge. And soon we'll catch up, hopefully soon, to Tabung Haji and Taib, insyaAllah. And we'll, of course, continue our collaboration with our brothers and sisters in Nigeria. We really admire their determination to establish the Hajj Fund for their country as well. Thank you, Pak Kepala. And now we move on to the next session. That is the Q&A session. And we already have several questions lined up. Maybe I'll start, if I may start with Brother Ishaq. You did mention about the ICT and tourism, and you did also mention about the recommendation that we should have International Hajj and Umrah Standards Organization. Well, it will be quite interesting for us to hear further a bit, not too long, but a bit about your ideas, your insight about how we can do it. Of course, we agree that we need to embrace ICT as part of the fund management, but to have the standardized approach for the pilgrimage, that will be quite challenging, and to have the international standard that is even more challenging due to the fact that even for Indonesia, you know, for each people from each village, they would like to have their own kind of meal. I even have been told, you know, there are women who brought their own stove whatsoever just to cook their own kind of meal. So brother, if you don't mind sharing with us a further insight, how do you think we can go about it? Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes, even in Nigeria, the food I eat might be different from the type of foods my own chairman eats. So, of course, we have that those differences in terms of preferences. But the point we're trying to make is whether it is English breakfast or Malaysian breakfast, it's breakfast. Whether it's a 5-star hotel or a 4-star hotel, it is accommodation. Now, if there are minimum standards of obtaining this, like example, we have different approaches to securing accommodation in Medina, for example. While Nigeria, opts for the semi-permanent approach, some have a hybrid. So if the bodies, will come together and find some minimum standards across these areas, it's going to be, useful not only for the organizations, but for the pilgrims, because irrespective of which country you come from, when you board a first class cabin, you expect the same service irrespective of which country the airline comes from. When you go to a 5-star hotel, irrespective of which country that hotel is, you expect that minimum standard of service. So those are the standards of service I am referring to.
Okay. Very interesting, brother. And yes, it makes sense. If we go by the minimum requirement that should apply to all, that makes sense. But unfortunately, your voice is really breaking, brother. So it's quite hard to make out the full message that you try to convey. But inshallah, we'll be interested from BPKH. Inshallah, we'll be having further discussion with you, brother, because we would like to explore your ideas further. And we already have a list of questions as well from the participant. And the first one, that of course, people are interested to know, how are you managing the over 100 years of the queue? And the second question, second question will apply to both Datuk Ni and also to Tuan Haji Osman. How do you actually ensure that your investment is within Sharia purview? That how do you ensure that it is Sharia compliant? And have you ever encountered a situation where an investment that is initially Sharia compliant ceased to be one? And how do you go about it? So this question, the second one, will be addressed to both Datuk Ni and Tuan Haji Osman. So perhaps Datuk Ni would like to start first with the first question first, the 100 years queue waiting period.
Okay.
I'll be lucky to live that long.
Thank you, Dr. Huria. I think, I always say that the decision who goes to Mecca is on the invitation of Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. I think we just manage the process. And there are ways and means where sometimes you can see cases where, somebody that, just register can be moved forward, maybe because to accompany his sister as mahram, So what we need to do is to ensure that Tabung Haji remain as a sustainable institution, so that we can survive that long years and able to deliver our promise when the time comes. I think the rest, is not within our control, and have to go back to Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala for your turn to go to Mecca. On the next question on whether we have situations where our investment, although initially complies with Sharia principle, but turn the other way. We do have such situations in foreign portfolio. Of course, we do subscribe to certain standards when it comes to Sharia investing, but there are situations where it goes the other way around. And when we have that situation, we have to refer back to our Sharia committee, where they will provide guidance in terms of how we deal with it, especially in terms of if there were to be any profit from disposal, the dividend that you get during the period where the investment is still kept by you before disposal. So the role of the Sharia committee is very important. They must be market savvy themselves, so that we are able to manage the situation. Beyond that, we are also looking at identifying approaches so that our investment will remain within the Sharia parameter over a long period of time.
Very interesting one. I wonder if you have the same approach or similar approach for Taib, Tuan Haji Osman?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Almost similar like Tabung Haji as Datuk mentioned. We also have our religious advisory council, which is Sharia Advisory Council. And as a matter of fact, we have Sharia audit as well. So we did have that occurrences of having the Sharia halal investment turning into non-Sharia compliance. We do have. The way we handle that is to put that aside, what we consider impure dividends. Yeah. So these impure dividends will be set aside and to be put at one fund, what we call dana maslahatan, dana kemaslahatan umum, or the fund for the public. So we cannot use that fund simply for our own, for marketing purposes. So it's a kind of fund that we manage, and it's not to be used as marketing gimmick or anything. It's for various categories such as the education or the masjid, anything that beneficial for the public. That's how we treat this impure dividend. Thank you.
Very interesting indeed. So Dato', of course, Dato' Ni, you have the advantage of this civil law system, and then you have the advantage of having your own act to that govern the tabung haji, so you can actually manage it according to what financial institution would. And what is quite interesting from Tuan Haji Osman, the fact that we recently did something similar. We have what we call DAU, and when we actually have our the most recent act or peraturan Badan Pengelola Keuangan Haji that basically regulates about the foreign investment of BPKH. We did have that situation where if there is anything happen, an investment that initially met the Sharia requirements ceased to be one. So whatever profit there is later on determined to be not really pure, it will be channeled to what we call dana abadi umat, but not as the capital, but to be used for the kemaslahatan. So it's similar, you know. Yes, alhamdulillah, we have the same thought. So Datuk Ni, there are more questions for Tabung Haji, obviously. Wow. There's one sensitive question I will ask towards the end, perhaps. And there is these similar question from two different people, so let me just mix them, combine the question. It's from Anas and from Pak Benny Wicaksono. It relates to the investment of tabung haji in Mecca and Medina. The question from Pak Benny is very much how do you do it and how you measure the performance. What's the approach that you do in doing that? And from Anas is very much, he would like to have the information or how large the proportion of your investment in Saudi so far, and how is the return so far? Is it quite good, or whatever is the performance is? And how about the risk level of this investment? How do you find it until now?
Okay, our investment in Saudi has two different objectives. One is basically, of course, to get return, and the other part is to support our Hajj operation. For example, we do have leases of hotel or right of usage of hotel, where we place our pilgrims in those hotels during the Hajj period. So by having the right of use, then you basically lock your costs over a period of time. So that's one part of it. But on the other side, you still look at whether you have a return or not. And I think the other benefit of that is you have this natural hedge of flow of income that comes from Saudi, so that when you have your recurring annual expenditure in Saudi riyal, you have that natural hedge that helps you to mitigate the currency fluctuation. So we have various metrics when it comes to looking at investment in Saudi, like in other investment in other parts of the world. But most of our investment are basically in Malaysia. So we only go abroad if there are clear opportunities and we understand the risk, we understand the market, and able to connect that to the business of tabung haji.
Thank you very much. I believe we share the same vision and approach here, ya, Pak Kepala. Alhamdulillah, good to hear that from you, Datuk. Now the question for Pak Kepala, this is quite interesting. Someone brought up the issue of omnibus law. the recent law that has been passed by the Parliament of Indonesia here, and also about the trust, how we can have the confidence in BPKH. So if I may combine these are the two question from two separate people, actually, one from Rosa, University of Tridyanti Palembang, and the other one from Fazlul Sarif. Sorry, the other one is from Muhammad Khairul, Dr. Muhammad Khairul. So the question, Dr. Khairul, Lembaga Tabung Haji. Okay, the question from someone from Tabung Haji. Now that we have a huge protest among the young, and do you think this omnibus law has anything that affect the management of Hajj Fund? I know one particular answer that you will highlight, but I'm looking forward to that. Can you share and comment? And how do you think that we can actually build the public confidence so that people will have trust in the management of fund by BPKH? That's the question from Rosa, University of Tridyanti Palembang. Bapak silakan, Pak Anggito Abimanyu.
Mas, I don't want to comment on this.
Okay.
Session was giving this.
Sorry, putus-putus, Pak.
Basically, within the omnibus law, there is a section on taxations.
Suaranya putus-putus, Pak. Ini karena omnibus law sepertinya diprotes oleh internet. Just kidding. Sorry, putus-putus, Pak. Okay, we have you back, Bapak. Oh no.
Law.
We are losing you again, Pak Anggito. Okay, while we are waiting for him to return, hopefully we'll have him back. There is this question that applicable to everyone. Pak Anggito, are you back? Are you with us now?
Can you hear my voice?
Now, yes.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay, just to have a straightforward, there's number of issues with this law, but one thing that I can, within the omnibus law, there's a section on taxation. On taxation, well, I think one article has said that this government has been given an incentive, tax incentive for BPKH. So basically, this is an incentive for BPKH to invest. In the past, we have been taxed 20% withholding tax, and we place in deposits, and we have been taxed 15% for the sukuk fixed income. But based on the prevailing law that we hopefully to be implemented soon, we will be given an incentive exempted from this withholding tax. So I think as far from that side, I think this is a very good.
We're losing you again, Bapak.
Oh?
Yes. Are you with us?
Yes.
Okay, we are losing him. Maybe we take one light question while waiting for Pak Anggito. Pak, are you with us again, Bapak? The second question, Pak, what will BPKH do to make people to have the trust and confidence in BPKH?
Before
We're losing him again.
We did by
Okay, that's something that let's take light question while waiting for Pak Anggito to return. There is this question common to everyone. The question is from SNI Rofiko. Is there any like a change to the policy, the way how the government or government entities take the payment of fee for Umrah and Hajj during the pandemic? So maybe I start with Tuan Haji Osman. Is there any change to the policy, or has it been the same before and during the pandemic?
Thank you. During this pandemic, of course, there's no one ever traveled to the Holy Land to perform Umrah and Hajj, yeah, from Brunei, because due to the severity of that pandemic. But in terms of fee, there's not change for that yet, because we yet to wait whether the pilgrims from Brunei can be sent to the Holy Land after this. But there's not much policy changes onto that.
How about you, Brother Jai, Brother Ishak? Any change to the policy so far during the pandemic? Hello, Brother Ishak. I'm not quite sure if he can hear my question. So we move to Dr. Ni, Datuk Ni. Is there any relaxation or any kind of adjustment to the policy that Tabung Haji has been enforcing with regard to the payment for the registration for the Hajj, for example?
Okay, we are still monitoring the development in Saudi. I'm sure you know that the authorities in Saudi are just dealing with the Umrah part at the moment. So there's a lot of uncertainty around how Haji will be performed, and hence, what would be the new cost structure, what would be the additional cost that we have to pay. For example, if it requires testing before taking a flight, and then on your way back you have to stay in hotel for quarantine. So this will be new things that we have to consider. So for Tabung Haji, it's still too early for us to decide in terms of how much we're going to charge, but we will continue to monitor the development, and of course we try to ensure that whoever that is eligible will be able to go and perform the Hajj.
Thank you very much, most appreciated. We cannot get Brother Ishak still. Maybe Pak Anggito, if you would like to address the earlier question about how you can build the public trust and confidence in BPKH before addressing the question whether or not there has been any change to the policy about the Hajj and Umrah fee during this pandemic.
With regards to the transparency, with regards to the public trust, this is most important because Hajj fund is very sensitive. Yes. And to manage public funds requires transparency, a continuous improvement on this quality of management of the fund, including to make sure that we have been given high mark by Supreme Audit Body, BPKH. This is very important, and to be published as in regular basis, so people can see that we are transparent, we are moving toward a better management of the fund. We are applying the best practice of accounting principles and Sharia-based principles. And we also engage with the social media, so people can see us, people can feel it, people can see what we're doing. And hopefully with this kind of move a transparency with media social and with the accounting standard that can improve the trust of the public.
Thank you very much, Pak Kepala. And we are actually approaching the end of the session. Maybe just like one last question that I will ask to everyone that will also be your concluding remark. If you would like to add something as a closing remark to it, by all means, it will be an opportunity. The last question will be, it's a quite generic one. What are the main political challenges faced by the Hajj fund managers? What are the preferred and safest investment to preserve and grow Hajj fund in your country? And how do Hajj fund manager convince both the government and the people that the saving with you, your entity, is safe? So maybe I'll do it according to the appearance of the speakers on my screen. On the top left, I have Brother Ishak. By all means, Brother Ishak, please start first. And after that, we'll have Datuk Ni, and then Tuan Haji Osman, and we have Pak Anggito. Just I follow the order of appearance on my screen. We are losing him again. Then we'll have you, Datuk Ni.
Yeah. I think as a concluding remark, as I mentioned, all the fund that we manage belongs to the depositors. So we have to professionally manage the institution. And I think we have to adopt all the best practices in terms of governance, best practices in terms of investment, and ensure that we have the discipline to maintain what are expected from us, irrespective of situation out there. And I think this will ensure people are confident with the governance and administration of the institution. And this will, inshallah, help Tabung Haji to remain as a sustainable institution so that we can leave a stronger Tabung Haji for our future generation.
Thank you very much, Datuk Ni. Very much appreciated. And Tuan Haji Osman?
Thank you. Syukur Alhamdulillah. Actually, every dollar deposited in perbadanan type is guaranteed by the government of His Majesty. So there's no fear from the public to deposit into this fund, that the money is really safe for them to perform the Hajj, especially because it's our intention in order to help the Bruneian to save as much as possible for their Hajj. Yeah? So giving them comfort and peace of mind that their savings safe in perbadanan type for their account taken Haji. So we feel blessed with this guarantee given by the government of His Majesty.
Thank you very much, Tuan Haji Osman. Most appreciated. And Pak Anggito?
I underline the comment or the concluding remark by Datuk Nick with regard to the professionals. I think it's a key for institutions to manage Hajj fund because Hajj fund is different from other funds. It's not a state fund, it's a depositors. Basically, we protect the depositors saved. This is important. Number two, with regards to Haji Osman talking about the safe. How can the investment be optimal but safe? I mean, because this is a public funds. The last thing I would like to underline is the idea of Brother J with regard to the international cooperations. I think it's very important to countries' Hajj mission to collaborate. We can collaborate with Tabung Haji. We are learning from you, Dato. We are sending our staff to you, and we are learning. We're still learning. We're still a baby. But we want to catch up. From the Bruneian side, you are already advanced. We are also learning from you, Haji Osman. But Brother J, we look forward to have a collaboration. I think the proposal from Nigeria and Pakistan to establish Hajj one is a huge one. It's a huge. We pray. We look forward to have a collaboration with you in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pak Anggito. And now, Brother J, I hope we can hear you this time. Hello, Brother J. Hello. It's your concluding remarks. He may not be able to hear me. So with that, what is quite interesting, the fact that despite the differences between the institution, the varieties of the approaches, and yet we have something in common, in the earlier part, we identified that we established by law, and more, even further, the fact that we are all trying to instill the public confidence and trust, and we are all taking it as an amanah, that people deposited their money, they have confidence in us, we'll do whatever it takes to ensure that when their turn to go for Hajj has come, everything is ready for them then. And of course, in BPKH, and it's similar to tabung haji, actually, we also keep on paying the profit to the depositors on a yearly basis, depending on the performance of the fund, obviously. So with that, we actually end the session. There are so many very valuable information, knowledge sharing, and experience that has been shared today. Thank you very much for all the honorable speakers. And I'm sure the audience have also benefited from the experience, the knowledge, and the information that they have said today. Jazakumullah khair, and inshallah we hope that what we have learned today will benefit us in years to come. Will give the overall benefit to the Muslim Ummah globally. With that, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dina. That was a very important discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will be pursued by next agenda. Please welcome Dr. Ladki, Assistant Secretary General of IFSB, as a moderator to lead the second hour virtual discussion of the day. Ladki Islam, the education, PhD, Islamic Banking and Finance, Badan University, England, Master in Economics, University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, USA, Bachelor in Economics, University of Indonesia. Expertise in fields of interest, finance and banking, Islamic economics and finance, Islamic monetary policy, econometrics, Islamic financial market, and social economic development. The panelists are Mr. Mohammed Hedi Mejai, Director, Investment Department, Islamic Development Bank, Professor Azmi Omar, President and CEO, International Center for Education in Islamic Finance, Mr. Maxim Pudin, Chairman, World Hajj and Umrah Convention, London, Professor Ladki, Lebanese American University. I would like to remind for Q&A session will be conducted after the last speakers. If you have any questions, please submit your question through the first chat. Dr. Ladki Ismail, please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's very honored for me to continue the event, the prestigious event of the BPKH. So this is the second session of the event about the economic of Hajj. We are so interested in knowing about this, particularly because one of the things is mentioned by Excellency Governor Perry this morning, that we need to have a very accurate policy with regard to the economic of Hajj. Also, this is, to be honest, one of the new fields in Islamic economics. I believe as initiated and reintroduced by ISDB in the chairmanship of Professor Azmi Omar, that the economic of Hajj is part of the Islamic social sector, as we realize that the Islamic social fund can contain social funds, zakat, infaq, sadaqah, awqaf, and so on. Also pilgrimage fund, in this case Hajj and Umrah. So this is a very critical funds in the field of Islamic economic, and even it is not only merely a ibadah funds, if I may say so. It is not only ibadah fund, but also containing some halal industry, some halal business. And if we may realize that in economic of Hajj, there are some businesses engaged in economic of Hajj, among others, attributes of Hajj, travel, accommodation, consumption, and also Qurban. So when we accelerate this kind of new field, of course, in the same time or in line with increasing or inflating the halal industry. Without further introducing about this, we are so honored and so blessed by having prominent speakers, as also mentioned by MC, Mr. Hedi, also Professor Azmi Omar, Mr. Hedi, Mohammed Hedi is from IDB, Professor Azmi Omar from academics here from INCEIF, also Mr. Mohsen Tutla is also from World Hajj and Umrah Council. Also Professor Said Ladki is also an academics. For the first term, I would like to invite and introduce first of all Mr. Mohammed Hedi. Yeah, his full name is Mohammed Hedi Mejai. He is the director of the investment department of the Islamic Development Bank. Prior to that, he occupied several executive positions with investment and venture capital funds, investment and commercial banks, including Chief Investment Officer, Chief Executive Officer in Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, and the UK. Mr. Hedi completed executive courses at Harvard Business School in the USA and London Business School in the UK as part of his career development. He holds a master's degree of sciences from School of Oriental African Studies, University of London in the UK, and an MBA degree from EDHEC Business School in France. Mr. Hedi, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Assalamu'alaikum, Excellencies, brothers and sisters. I am very much honored to be part of this event, basically to talk today about the economics of Hajj. I would like to congratulate first BPKH for organizing the event and for basically taking off. I mean, we as IDB, we have been honored to help initially the BPKH when they were just setting up on discussing on their investment allocation and investment strategy. So we are very much happy today to see Pak Ngito and Dr. Horia talking about investment and so many things that have been done since then. About our today talk, I would like to take it basically from a very specific angle, which is how basically the various challenges were turned into opportunities around the Hajj and Umrah, and also what could be potential opportunities to make the Hajj basically and Umrah more pleasant for the pilgrims. Also, I want to talk specifically about the role of the Islamic Development Bank in the Adahi project, which is a very prominent project of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, basically to offer sacrificial rituals during the Hajj. So without further ado, if you can kindly project the slide just to help the audience to follow. As you may know, you all have seen that the Hajj is and Umrah are very much experiences that many Muslims aspires to. And because of the improvement in infrastructure and different basically efforts made by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, this experience is becoming more and more pleasant, whether in terms of reduction of time that the pilgrim spends really to reach the country or to perform the ritual itself. I want specifically to talk about certain challenges. Slide, please. As you are all aware, I mean, there are about 2 million people or more that gather really in a very reduced space, and that really creates various challenges in terms of crowd management or public health issues that needs to be tackled. Also, in terms of mobility and communication, because people come really from different, basically, parts of the world. As well as in terms of accommodation capacity and transportation of the pilgrims, also in terms of security, the entry and exit of the pilgrims. So all of these challenges were tackled in so many different ways by the host country, and it spent all efforts basically really to make the journey pleasant for the pilgrims or people coming for Umrah, in terms of the massive expansion of the Haramain, the expansion of the hotels, the developments also of tools to overcome the language barriers and provide information to navigate through the holy sites, and also to access various services while stationed in Mecca or Medina. Also in terms of development really on the visa system itself and the transportation to the kingdom and out of the kingdom. So all of this really presented various economic opportunities and investment opportunities. Slides, please. Slide, yeah. So as you may have seen, of course, the mega projects that were sort of developed lately as part of the Vision 2030, or as part of the various efforts by the kingdom really to facilitate the experience of Hajj and Umrah. And this really translated into various investment opportunities for the likes of BPKH and other funds and institutional investors. Slide. In terms of also, you have witnessed the number of increase of in terms of flight towards the kingdom to perform the Umrah, and also as well as improving the various Hajj quotas for the various countries to allow a maximum number of people to visit the holy sites, as well as a massive investment in healthcare facilities, as well as in terms of connection, improving basically the IT infrastructure and offer basically connectivity throughout the entire holy sites. Slide. As part of also the Smart Hajj initiative, various applications were offered to basically get access to various service offering while in Mecca and Medina. Specifically, I mean, on the Hajj Adahi project, which is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a project for the utilization of Hadi and Adahi, which is managed by the Islamic Development since 1983. I mean, this project came as a response basically to solve an issue, which is the large number of animals that are slaughtered during the Hajj, and what to do with them after the ritual is complete. So that really presented back then a challenge. So the kingdom invested, provided money, and modern slaughterhouses were built around Mecca to facilitate basically this sacrificial ritual. And since then, the IDB kept really with the management of this project to improve basically the service offering by integrating technology, whereby, I mean, once the meat is basically packed and frozen, is afterwards distributed across 27 Muslim countries to the poor people. So this in itself really upgraded the project and extended basically the number of beneficiaries from this project. Slide. Also, in terms of impact, really, given this expansion, it created really a very large number of employment during the Hajj period. So many people are recruiting from different places to work in this project, as well as the electronic path application. Since it was introduced, it facilitated basically the cash management of the project whereby the pilgrims, they can buy basically the slips online instead of really going to different booths and so on. So this really saves their time. As well as the technology enabled the project really from becoming a crowd platform for people really, even those who are not performing Hajj, they can log in and buy basically slips so that they can offer a sacrificial meat in Mecca that is processed through the system of the project, and afterwards it's distributed to the poor in different Muslim countries. So this is a really specific case whereby really technology came into play to improve the service offering around a specific ritual. Slide. There are more other opportunities where technology really can play a role in fintech, whether in terms of geolocation services to locate people. And this is really very important given the large number of people who come, and many of them sometimes are old people or people who traveled maybe for the first time and they don't speak the language. So through this technology, it made it easy to manage basically the crowd and manage also the specific basically people performing Hajj in a specific group. So people, even if they get lost in the crowd, they can easily be located. And this is really a very good offering that is offered for people performing Hajj and Umrah, as well as biometrics technology. It enabled to get instant access to health data, especially in a case of emergency or for payment services. And this is really very important to enable people to use this technology instead of carrying cash with all the risks that it presents in terms of loss of cash and so on and so forth. So all of these are very much applications that can be really tapped to make even the offering much more pleasant over time. Slide.
Mr. Hedi, if you don't mind, your time is only 2 minutes more, please.
Yeah, I'm done. So can you just run the slide, the last slide? Yeah, basically in terms of concluding basically 2 points. As I said, the experience itself, it kept on really improving because solutions are provided to the different challenges that are met during Hajj or Umrah. Also, the integration of technology made basically the offering even more interesting for investors because it presents really very good investment opportunities other than the usual investment in infrastructure and real estate, as well to invest in technology supporting the Hajj and Umrah. In terms of really IDB, I mean, we are fully involved with the Adahi project and very much hands-on in terms of improving it over time. So this is really, in a nutshell, the points that I wanted to cover during this intervention, and I will be happy to address any specific inquiry later on in the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hedi. A very informational fact and figure that you have presented, mashallah. So, ladies and gentlemen, indeed, economic of Hajj is not merely a potential, as mentioned by Mr. Hedi. It is indeed a project, and we are ongoing with a lot of initiative on this kind of economic. First, as mentioned by Mr. Hedi, the Haramain initiative, so to enlarge and to capture more Jama'ah, and then immigration, public health, especially during and after the pandemic. Hopefully, the health system is getting better. Also, transportation and Qurban, and we have heard that Adahi is serving the Jama'ah with the Qurban and also payment system, and it is accommodated fintech as well, alhamdulillah. So, for the second speaker, mashallah, we are going to hear another prominent speaker, namely Professor Azmi Omar, as I mentioned in the beginning. Professor Azmi, to some of Indonesians, he's not a new person. He's very well known, and some of his students are Indonesian, also hopefully listening to this event as well. Yeah. Professor Dato Azmi Omar serves as a President and Chief Executive Officer of INCEIF, the Global University of Islamic Finance, since October 2017. Prior to this, he was the Director General of Islamic Research and Training Institute, IRTI, in the Islamic Development Bank Group. Professor Azmi pioneered and introduced many innovative policy, which culminated into flagship reports, such as IRTI Islamic Social Finance Report and Islamic Development Bank and World Bank Global Report on Islamic Finance. He was a member of the External Advisory Group for the International Monetary Fund, also a member of the Securities Commission of Malaysian Sharia Advisory Council. He was also a Sharia committee to Bank Rakyat Malaysia, Etika Takaful Malaysia, and MUFG Malaysia Berhad. Professor Azmi was awarded the most outstanding individual contribution to Islamic finance in the CLIF Islamic Finance Award 2015. So without further ado, we would like to invite Professor Azmi to deliver his material. Unfortunately, since we are behind the schedule, so if you don't mind, your time is only 10 minutes, Prof. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ladki, the moderator from Bank Indonesia ISEF, fellow panel members, Mr. Mohammed Hedi Mejai, Zikrullah, Professor Said, Ladki, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First, as usual, let me at the onset thank BPKH for inviting me to share my thoughts. I'm wearing two hats today. One hat as the President and CEO of INCEIF, the International Center for Education in Islamic Finance in Malaysia. Secondly, as the Vice President of the International Association of Islamic Economics, based in the UK, an international body comprising of Islamic economists globally. And that is the two hats that I'm wearing today for my presentation. I think the topics of economics of Hajj is a very interesting topic because this is an area, as what Dr. Ladki mentioned earlier on, it's a new area that we need to explore and understand better. My approach in understanding this topic is first to look at the statistics of Hajj pilgrims
over a period of 11 years, that is from 2009 to 2019, and then estimate the cost of Hajj spending for 2019. And then thereafter, what I'm going to look at is that I'm going to look at the top 14 countries, how many Hajj pilgrims that they send every year. And of course, we will have the average number for 2019, as well as estimate the cost incurred by each country to perform Hajj. I would then give my presentation in terms of, give my recommendations as well as conclusion. Can we have the slides, please? I'm not sure whether we have the slides. Can we have the slides? The organizer? Yes. Can you go to slide number 3? Number 3. To slide number 3. Next slide. Yes. I mean, if you look in the context of estimating the economics of Hajj for Saudi as a whole, I mean, there are quite a number of estimates. But again, I draw this from some publications. I think one estimate talk about for 2019, the revenue for Saudi, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia from Hajj and Umrah is estimated to be $12 billion, contributing to 7% of total GDP and 20% of the non-oil GDP. Earlier on, a report mentioned by Council of Saudi Chambers estimated that from 2018, and this was in 2017, they say that from 2018 to 2022, spending associated with the pilgrimage will generate upwards of $150 billion in income and create up to 100,000 Hajj-related jobs in Saudi Arabia alone. Okay, so of course, this year, 2020 is unique because of the pandemic year, and we shall see what will happen next year. The revenue, of course, for Saudi Arabia has gone down this year. Next slide. But next slide, please. So in order for us to study the economics of Hajj, we have to start by analyzing, as I mentioned earlier, the number of pilgrims and later estimate the cost of Hajj incurred by each sending country. I call them sending country because these are the countries that send their Hajjis to perform Hajj in Saudi Arabia. So if you look at the report by General Authority of Statistics, KSA, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, from 2009 to 2019, the average number of Hajj pilgrims is about 2.4 million. We take from those 10, 11 years. And the highest number recorded was 3.2 million in 2012. And in subsequent years, the number reduced because of the expansion works done by the kingdom in order to accommodate more pilgrims in the future. 2019, last year, the total number stood at 2.5 million. And in 2020, the number was only reported to be 1,000 domestic pilgrims. Next slide. Okay, I will skip this. I will just go next slide, please, in the interest of time. Okay, so if you look at, for example, in my estimates of 2019, what I did was I showed the number of foreign pilgrims, domestic pilgrims, for 2019, which is about 2.489 million individuals who perform Hajj for that year. And I then estimate what will be the cost to perform Hajj. Of course, 1,000 is at the lower end, and then we have $10,000. But there are cases where you have up to even reported figures, $20,000 per pilgrim to $25,000. So what I did was just to show some estimates for us to get a sense of how much total spending on Hajj for 2019. So we can see from here, it can be as low as $2.5 billion, which means that we take 2.489 million multiplied by 1,000, or it can go as high as $24.89 billion, assuming $10,000 per head to perform Hajj. At $5,000, the amount is about $12.45 billion. And this is right about the figure that was reported early on by the number of publications. Next slide. Okay, so this is a bit small, but just to share with you is that if we take the case of countries that send Hajj, from the bottom downwards, you will see that these are the countries that have the largest number of pilgrims every year. And of course, Indonesia is the highest, followed by Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Nigeria, Iran, Turkey, Egypt, Iraq. And I put a cut-off point of about 10,000 pilgrims. Again, these are not very precise figures. These are estimated figures. So assuming at $5,000 per person, Indonesia will spend about $1.15 billion just in 1 year sending people to perform Hajj. In the case of Pakistan, Pakistan and India is about $1 billion, Bangladesh, Nigeria, and so on. So what we can see here is that given about $2.4 billion, the figure that we spend every year to perform Hajj is significant. So if you take the case of $10,000 per head, then we are talking about $24.5 billion that we spend. Or if we take $5,000 per head, then we're talking about $12.5 billion that is spent every year to perform Hajj. Next one. Next slide, please. And if we look at the breakdown, the cost of Hajj will be for accommodation, for flight, for ground transportation, for food, for health, for kurban and others. Quickly, okay? Next one. I want to optimize my recommendation. Next slide, please. So, you see, from the financial aspect of individuals, they save and pay for their own expenses to perform Hajj and Umrah. The cost to perform Hajj and Umrah increase every year in excess of 5%. In some cases, individuals sell their assets, such as land, property, to perform Hajj, and of course, making them worse off financially after they return from Hajj. There are also cases that Hajj pilgrims and Umrah pilgrims as well were cheated of their funds by Hajj and Umrah operators. And in some cases, they save money in riba-based institutions because there is absence of Islamic finance institution in their home countries. Next one. Okay, the next slide. Okay, what is my recommendation? This is what I want to talk about, expanding the halal economy, like what Dr. Rifki mentioned earlier on. So given a huge amount of money spent every year for Hajj, countries with significant pilgrims should consider setting up a Hajj fund body to manage those Hajj funds. And I've shown earlier on, there were about at least 40 countries that have significant number of pilgrims every year. And this starting from 10,000 Hajj pilgrims to 200,000 pilgrims. So as you can see, if we want to make a significant impact to our Islamic finance, to our Islamic economy, the first thing we need to do is to pool those savings before they perform Hajj. So pooling of those savings should be done through a dedicated agency. It can be a dedicated Hajj fund corporation, or it could be a different model that I will share later on. So what are the benefits? One benefit is that we pool Hajj savings, it can be invested in Sharia compliant assets. Therefore, we can increase the proportion of Sharia compliant assets in a particular country as well as globally. Secondly, is that we can use this money to finance the development of Waqf assets. We know Waqf properties in many countries are lying idle because of the absence of funds to develop. So now, having these Hajj funds will enable the development of Waqf assets. Third is, we can also develop the Islamic, or what we call halal economy, especially in Hajj-related goods and services. And I can think of food, travel, hospitality, modest fashion. Before we go, I like Indonesians because they tend to wear uniforms. You have batik uniform. So you have to develop the batik industry in the country. So you develop the fashion industry in a particular country. Pharmaceuticals, finance, Islamic finance, banking, remittances, kurban, social finance, the zakat, the sadaqah that were collected during the Hajj periods. So next slide. Okay, so what models should we consider? We have Tabung Haji Malaysia, which manage Hajj fund as well as Hajj services, and the CEO was there in the earlier session. Of course, we have another model, is BPKH Indonesia, which manages Hajj fund only. And then we have another model, which is the Maldives Hajj Fund Corporation, which manages Hajj funds as well as Hajj services, where 50% of the pilgrims are managed by Maldives Hajj Corporation, another 50% managed by the private sector. Then we have the Brunei type, which manages Hajj fund only. And we have, of course, another model, which was also a speaker in the earlier session, Nigeria Hajj Commission, where they work with Jaiz Bank, another Islamic bank in Nigeria. So the bank manages the Hajj fund, Hajj Corporation, Hajj Commission manages the Hajj services. So what we can see from here is that if we are able to pool the fund, Hajj fund, we have different models that we can look at, and those models can help to really improve the Islamic financial sector as well as the Islamic social finance sector. Last slide. Next slide, the last one. Okay, so to conclude, countries with large number of Hajj pilgrims, as I mentioned, we can take the cut-off point from 10,000 Hajj pilgrims every year to up to 300 or 200 over 1,000 in the case of Indonesia. Having those significant numbers would enable us to pool a significant amount of Sharia compliant funds. Therefore, those funds can then be invested into Sharia compliant investment. Thereby, at the same time, we increase not only the domestic Sharia compliant assets or Islamic finance assets, but we are also going to increase the size of the global Islamic finance assets. Secondly, as we said, without having this global Hajj fund or without having a Hajj fund corporation, we will not be able to manage the increase in costs that is estimated to be 5% every year. Hence, this creation of Hajj fund will help to spur the development of Islamic as well as halal economy, not only in a particular country, but also globally. What we want to do is that we want to create a global halal value chain. You start savings in a Sharia compliant manner, you perform Hajj in a Sharia compliant manner, everything is done in a Sharia compliant manner. So in a sense, like what we say, in the case of Wakaf, we are born in a Wakaf hospital, we study, we live in a Wakaf facilities, and we die in a Wakaf cemetery. So similarly, we need to develop Hajj to be on a similar platform from the beginning until the end to end, it is a Sharia compliant. Therefore, we will be able to increase the component of Islamic finance assets. Thank you very much. Assalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I hope I spent 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, Professor Azmi Omar. Your points and your thoughts are always enlightening us. So Professor Azmi addresses some of the strategic point with regard to economic of Hajj, merely by estimating the number of pilgrims here. He estimates around 2.5 million into 3.2 million pilgrimage per year, mashallah. Huge number of jama'ah, yeah. So I wonder, this is a huge businesses in Islamic economics. And then it involves between 2.5 billion US dollar into 25 billion, subhanAllah. It's huge, another huge amount of money. And Indonesia itself, being the biggest country sending the Jama'ah to perform Hajj, we provides 1.5 billion US dollar for this ibadah. So, and then Prof. Azmi addresses some of the important points here with regard to economic of Hajj. First, we need to manage the costs. Yeah? Also, the important point is to have the global institution in managing Hajj. To be honest, Prof. Azmi, I just received a question, but we are going to deliver to the audience, to the panelists later, which is asking about your idea. So, thank you so much, Prof. Azmi. For the third speaker, we are so blessed to have Mr. Muhsin Tutla. Yeah. Mr. Muhsin is the chairman of World Hajj and Umrah Convention. He graduated from Brunel University, London in mathematics and statistics, and also is recognized as one of the world leading Hajj and Umrah consultant, having advised the world leading consultancy firms in Hajj and Umrah, including McKinsey and Partners, Boston Consulting Group, Arthur De Little, Accenture, Oliver Wyman, and Saudi government. So he's a very important person. He is an advisor to Bank Muamalat in Indonesia, as well as other financial institutions. Without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Tutla. The floor is yours, please. Your time is only 10 minutes, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Hello, Assalamu'alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh here from London. I'm very glad to be here with you guys. Thank you all for attending this very important conference. The subject that I will be speaking about is Hajj under pandemic conditions. Now, as we all know, that Hajj under pandemic conditions has had a tremendous economic impact across the entire ecosystem of Hajj and Umrah, whether that means government preparations or service providers or solution providers, including pilgrims itself. So today what we're going to be looking at is the different type of impact that COVID-19 has had, especially within this particular sector. What I am going to begin with is just to let you know a little bit about myself. So one of the very important things that we've done is prior to this year's Hajj, we prepared a white paper titled Hajj under pandemic conditions. And that was to actually evaluate whether Hajj would actually be feasible or not. So there were some very important questions that we needed to answer whether Hajj would be feasible. And we looked at 5 particular areas to see whether it would be feasible. The first of the areas that we actually looked at is whether Mecca is a safe city. There's a religious obligation. So to allow pilgrims to come to Saudi Arabia or to perform Hajj, we need to define that it is a safe city to come into. One is in risk of getting COVID-19 or even transferring it across. The second area was really looking at health and safety. Are all of the protocols in place? Thirdly, we looked at financially, are the models there, the macro and the microeconomic models, are they there in place that can make it financially feasible? And fourthly, we looked at whether the governments itself, they were ready, whether the policies were in place, because to have such an undertaking, you need to make sure that there are policies that support pilgrimage travel, and normally that would work under a bilateral agreement. So for example, say the United Kingdom, they were to send pilgrims across to Saudi Arabia, they would want to know that will the pilgrims return back to Saudi Arabia in the same condition that they went to Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia would very much want to know that all pilgrims arriving to Saudi Arabia are COVID-19 free and don't pose any kind of risks for pilgrims themselves. And fifthly, it's the actual want and desire. I actually stayed for 10 months across this pandemic condition in Saudi Arabia, and it was handled extremely well. And the kind of precautions they were taking, I've seen, is unprecedented. Now, the risk that comes with that is because safety has been achieved in Saudi Arabia, does Saudi Arabia or does the public itself want to introduce any kind of vulnerability into the country through pilgrims? So you needed to make sure that the society was comfortable with itself, as well as the pilgrims themselves. So there's a huge emphasis on education, where pilgrims themselves would need to feel comfortable and to see if they would want to go to Saudi Arabia, knowing that all the necessary preparations were made. So if the answers for all 5 of those was yes, then the answer would have been that Hajj is actually feasible. Now, one of the biggest undertaking was that if Hajj is feasible, then what is a successful Hajj? So what you saw this year in Hajj, that the way that we define that what is a successful Hajj is maximum countries in participation, 0 COVID-19 fatalities, and 0 COVID-19 transference. And this is what Saudi Arabia managed to achieve. But that came at a very high cost. The cost that this came at was reducing pilgrim numbers to 1,000. It came at a cost of having maximum nationalities that resided within Saudi Arabia to be in attendance, but not from internationals. Now, this is a massive case that was, and a case study that was done. From ourselves, we actually studied that the maximum number of pilgrims that can participate in Hajj under pandemic conditions is 240,000 to 275,000, taking all of those factors into consideration: the economic size, the capacity, the ability to host, the medical facilities and preparations in Saudi Arabia, the human facilities, as well as countries being able to send pilgrims at the same time. Now, the challenge that you face with this is that if there was to be a reduction in Hajj quota, how do you communicate that with countries, and how do you allocate certain quota? Now, we developed a model which is called qualification by filtration. is for the first time, we believe that the whole model of quota allocation will have a paradigm shift. The reason being is this, that at a normal condition, Hajj under pandemic conditions means that it's no longer a situation where you say you can bring 100,000 or 20,000 to Saudi Arabia. It counts as how many pilgrims are actually ready, qualified to be able to attend. How many people can actually afford this? The slides are now actually here, so I'd like to just go to the first slide if it's okay. Can we change to the first slide? Can we go down? Okay, so we'll go past this. This is just a bit of background about myself. As a subject matter expert in COVID-19 and Hajj and Umrah, to the organizers, if you can kindly move to the next slide. This is something very important that we actually looked at, and this is actually the first time this is actually being shown. What we've done is that we initiated a global tracker, which is still ongoing. So we have been tracking over the past 6 months, every single country, every single day, what kind of risks they pose for COVID-19 and introducing risks into Saudi Arabia. What that meant was that we looked at every country and saw that if there was no kind of vaccination, what are the number of pilgrims that were likely to enter into Saudi Arabia as a pilgrim with having already COVID-19. Initially, the mapping, it looked like it was very high on Iran, and then it was the second highest was Saudi Arabia, and third was third was France, and fourth was Turkey. But this now slowly changed as different countries introduced different measures. And when you see the numbers actually going up and higher, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It actually means that the country is doing some rigorous checks and testings. Can you go to the next slide? So as you can see now, Saudi Arabia, their numbers increased. And I was actually in Mecca at this time when this was happening. So the National Guard was introduced, and they actually done a lot of rigorous testing, and they got out a lot of people to check their health. So their numbers started going up, which is actually a very positive sign. We've got 2 more dates. If you can go to the next slide.
If you don't mind, you only have 2 minutes more, please.
Sure, that's fine. And if you can then go to the next slide again. So as you can see, this tracker actually changes, but we've been mapping this for a long time. If you can go to the next slide. So this is what we've already spoke about feasibility, those 4 or 5 points. If we can go to the next slide. Can we go to the next slide, please? It's kind of important to know that in terms of Hajj cost and value for actually money, in order to reduce or mitigate risks, the optimum form of Hajj, which was actually done also this year, was Hajj Ifrad. Now that can be done within 4 days, but you do have different times from staying and returning, being under quarantine. If you can go to the, if you can skip 3 more slides. Okay, so in terms of Hajj revenue potential under pandemic conditions, so at 10%, you're looking at 240,000 pilgrims, and that means a revenue stream of 1.6 billion. It's extremely important to calculate that if you ever did go down to 10%, then you have to map out what would be the overall cost in terms of preparation globally, and then is it even financially feasible? And if you were to operate at that level internationally, would it actually financially happen? If you can go to the next slide, please. Estimated revenue that's generated for Hajj is around 9 billion from international, and local revenue is about 1.5 billion. So Hajj in total is about 10.5 billion. If you can go to the next slide, please. We've already covered this, I think. Thank you, Dr. Azmi Omar. I know he already looked at the 10 highest countries. So if you can go to the next slide. There were actually some forecasts and projections that were taking place where Hajj and Umrah, the spend by 2021 was supposed to be about 44.3 billion. However, the trajectory, it will not be there because of COVID-19. So now everything has to get reconfigured because a lot of forecasting and mapping was done against this. If you can go to the next slide, please. And please go to the next slide. There is something that's very interesting to look at with our colleague Safa. We looked at that in terms of decrease in Umrah travelers. It should, from Indonesia, if they were to carry at the moment, you will see a drop in about 312,000 pilgrims, and then that would have a cyclical effect. If you can go to the next slide, please. Globally, we should see about a decrease of Umrah visitors by about 3.5 million. And that basically then reflects to every other industry. So you're looking at airlines with a loss of about 6.3 billion Saudi riyals, governments about 3.1 billion, and travel agents about 2.2 billion. If we can go to the next slide. That's it, guys. Thank you so much. I hope I managed to keep in within that 2 minutes. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Tutla. Very informative, particularly with regard to the current condition in Mecca. As you said, you have been in Mecca during the pandemic. Yeah, Alhamdulillah. From his presentation, we have known that the government of Saudi has managed the condition of Mecca very well, including the health facility. Even though the cost, as he mentioned, is to decrease the number of jama'ah, around 1,000 jama'ah. Also, it reduces the number of the revenue coming from Hajj and Umrah, yeah, for about 1.6 billion. While usually the foreign or international jama'ah will generate income for the Saudi government about $9 billion US. But hopefully the condition is getting better and we can perform Hajj regularly and normally, inshallah, in the upcoming years. Thank you, Mr. Tutla. I thought you were Mahezen when I saw you coming into the Zoom because of your hat.
Actually, whenever I'm in Indonesia, it works to my advantage. You know, I get to feel what it feels to be famous. So yeah. Thank you, Mahezen.
Thank you. For our last speaker, last but not the least, I would like to introduce Professor Said Ladki. Yeah, Professor Said is the former dean of the Adnan Kasar School of Business at the Lebanese American University. He earned a bachelor degree from Oklahoma State University and his master from University of Wisconsin. He completed the requirement of his PhD from Virginia Tech. Upon completion of his doctorate or PhD degree, he joined the faculty of Georgia Southern University for 2 years, during which he served as an associate professor. And then Dr. Ladki helped the school to earn its first accreditation from the Association to Advanced Collegiate School of Business, AACSB, and the Accrediting Commission for Programs in Hospitality Administration, or ACPHA. Additionally, he serves as an AACSB accreditation mentor to 4 regional universities. So we are so lucky to have Professor Ladki in the platform. As an active professional, Professor Ladki serves on various professional boards and consult with numerous firms in Lebanon and the Middle East. With that and without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Ladki to the stage. Time is yours, please, for about 10 minutes if you don't mind.
Selamat pagi. Good morning to you all from Beirut, Lebanon. Merupakan kehormatan dan kebanggaan saya untuk hadir bersama anda. Terima kasih kepada Dr. Anjito Abimanyu dan Dr. Horia Al-Islami untuk mengundang saya di ISEF. Saya temannya Indonesia. Saya semangat untuk bersama anda. Saya cinta Indonesia. Saya cinta orang-orang Indonesia. Thank you, Denvi. Would you roll the presentation, please? You all could hear me? No, Miss Mahoney. ما عم يسمعوني يا بنتي. Would you roll my presentation, please? All right, perfect. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Well, I'm interested in Hajj from a single dimension, which is the Hajj himself or herself, the individual Hajj. And I'm interested in that from managerial economic perspective. So there are 4 players in the Hajj business. Hajj business is a big business, and there are 4 players in the Hajj business. The first player is the Hajj himself or herself. This is the person who decides to go to Hajj. The second player is the business supplier. Business suppliers mean hotels, restaurants, airline companies, aviation companies, transportation sectors, and so on. The host government, which is the government of Saudi Arabia, the government has an obligation to provide safety, security, pleasant surroundings, and so on. And the host community, which is the local residents of Mecca and Medina, who welcome all these people. These are small communities with a population that ranges between 600,000 to 1.2 million, and all of a sudden they mushroom to 3.4 million, and then they go back in smaller size. So we talk about the logistics and quality of life at the destination during the high peak and low peak seasons. Next slide, please. So these are the players in the tourism industry. It begins by the Hajj, the transportation sectors, the lodging, the food sectors, and then it spin off to the host government and host community. Next slide, please. Now, for a successful Hajj to take place, there are 5 A's that need to be met. First, access. We need to make the Hajj like one-stop shop. So we need to make the journey of the Hajj feasible, possible, easy, pleasant, joyful. So in the system design and in streamlined operation, we need to make the journey possible. Second, accommodation. We need to provide world-class accommodation, because the Hajj are people away from home, and they need to feel at home in the destination where they are at. So it got to be pleasant, roomy, homey, comfortable, and so on. Attractions, what's meant by attractions here, the Mecca and Medina, great thanks to the authorities of KSA for keeping the harams in Mecca and the haram of Medina clean, safe, sanitized, modern, environmental control. So fantastic, and thanks to the authorities over there. Activities. So once the actual Hajj is done, the ritual of Hajj is done, people engage in human things, with shopping, socializing, entertaining, and doing the human things, and also this to be planned in the functions. And then amenities. We need to give joys and freebies to the people so they could memories, to create memories. Next slide, please. So when we move a lot of people, in the case of Hajj, we recognize, Dr. Omar talked about that, and Master talked about that, we moved 2.5 million people. This is a lot of people to mobilize and to provide quality service. So mobilization is clustered in two clusters. One cluster, we call it the institutionalized travelers, and the second cluster, the non-institutionalized travelers. The first cluster, we call them the organized mass. So this is a very large cluster of people. They travel together, and they always stay together, and they move in clusters. Like, for example, the plane, 250 seats. The plane arrive. There are 5 buses, each bus 50 seats to move all these people. They go to the hotels, 4 2 rooms. So scientific management and project planning in transportation, in lodging, in food service, and so on, which make it efficient and fair and cost effective. The individual mass is like the cluster mass, but the person drifts a little bit in the community. The explorer, these people travel on their own, but they stay with the group. And the drifter is the person who travel on his own, plan the activities on their own. They stay not in regular hotels and so on, so they drift in communities. Next, please. Now, movement of people is regulated. You could not move all these millions of people and without bodies that monitor what happened, the safety in the skies, the safeties on airports, the legroom in the plane, the luggage. So there are multiple bodies of government and authorities that monitor this. Who monitor this? The World Tourism Organization, the IATA, International Air Transport Association, the International Civil Aviation Organization, and the Ministry of Transport in the Republic of Indonesia. So these are various bodies of government that monitors the movement of all these millions of people with their belongings and their assets, and the Hajj himself or herself are already precious. Move on, please. Next slide. Data already presented by my colleagues. Most recent numbers of arrival, 2.5 million people. But what's neat about it, they are clustered in almost 99,000 clusters. When you remember in the previous slide, we talked about the individual mass travelers and the mass travelers. So all these 2.5 million people are clustered in almost 99,000 clusters. Okay? Indonesia alone, the people of Indonesia are clustered in 179 organized groups. So if we wanted to know where is X, we could use this digital technologies as presented by Azmi, or Muhammad also mentioned that, or we know through looking at data and Excel sheet where this person in which cluster, in which group he or she is traveling. Most of the arrivals to KSA are traveled by air. 94% of all these 2.5 million arrive by air. And the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia put at their services almost 33,000 buses to move all these people. Next slide, please. The Hajj are heavy spenders. Most of my colleagues have already presented that, but I cluster them into various brackets. I cluster them into economy, mid-price, upper price, and luxury. In the economy bracket, it ranges from $5,000 to $6,500. In the mid-price bracket, it ranges up to $1,100, $1,150. Upper price, up to $20,000, and luxury VIPs up to $68,000. So this is a lot of money paid for 7 to 10 days to go to Hajj. But there are people who do that, and we have data and record to show that, and the sources presented there as well. Next slide, please. So where the money goes, most of it goes on food, lodging, accommodation, other services, and the remaining goes for shopping, entertainment, and buying gifts, and so on. But the majority is transport, lodging, and food, almost 2/3 of that. Next slide, please. According to the Council of Saudi Chambers, they estimated that from 2018 to 2022, pilgrims will generate $150 billion in income and create up to 100,000 jobs. So this is already presented by my colleagues, but the volume of the business and the volume of the services that need to be presented to the Hajj. So the Hajj, he or she feels that the money is spent on going to Hajj, it's well worth it, and he or she feel that there is quality of life in the journey. The journey is pleasant, the journey is joyful. So the authorities in KSA and all the planners in the Hajj cycle, and the 4 players presented earlier, have to make sure that we render quality service. Next slide, please. This is the countries that export the largest number of arrivals. We've shared with my colleagues before, so move on, please. Next slide. And this is an interesting piece of data. It's about Umrah. I decided to share it with you, though the subject of Hajj. Between September 1st, it says here August 31st, and December, Umrah alone generated 1.6 million people. So even the Umrah business is a serious business as well. Need to be explored and studied, and these are the countries that are largest exporter of Umrah visitors. Next slide, please. Hajj direct economic variables. For us, if we are concerned about the cost of living at the destination. Those Saudi, the cost of living is affordable and makes possible for more people to visit. The transportation, the exchange rate is a variable for some of us who travel from developing countries. The physical attribute of the destination, the prices, and so on. Next slide, please.
My apologies, you only have 1 minute, please, if you don't mind.
I'm done. Indirect economic variables related to modeling and statistical technologies and so on. This is beyond the scope of the presentation. Next slide, please. For us in Hajj, we perceive Hajj, international Hajj are perceived as invisible export, and local Hajj are perceived as invisible import. So the local are the local in Saudi Arabia who go to Hajj or from GCC countries, and the internationals perceived by the KSA as export. Next slide, please. Barriers to Hajj. Most important barriers for people: cost, entry barriers, time, health, depending on the age and life cycle and so on, and fear and safety in the case of COVID-19. Next slide, please. Quality of life. It's very important for the Hajj planners, those who plan the journey for the Hajjis, is to make the one-stop shop. People do not get burdened in the bureaucratic processes of travels and so on. And definitely at the destination, the quality of life is very important. The quality of water, air, health, safety. Leisure is a very important part of Hajj and activities, and the overall experience got to be joyful and pleasant. Next slide, please. Hajj operators' level of inspection. So as a tour organizer, so remember we said in Indonesia, they are clustered in around 1900 cluster, all these Hajj. So I, as a tour operator, Hajj operator, what should I do? I need to do quality inspection. I need to do quality control, quality assurance, and a total quality management approach to ensure total satisfaction. And that would conclude my presentation. Ready for question. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Said. He addresses 5 important points. He said 5 A's, yeah, to have a successful Hajj management, and also economic of Hajj. First is the access. Secondly, about accommodation. Thirdly, about attraction. In this case, I remember Saudi has declared itself as the heart of Muslim. So each of the Muslim countries in Islamic economics, they declare something to be easily remembered by the public. So Saudi declares that they are the heart of Muslim because of the Hajj, of course. Yeah. And then the third one is the activities. Sorry, the fourth one is the activities and then amenities. Thank you so much. Alhamdulillah, we have heard all of the presentation from the prominent speakers. Fortunately, alhamdulillah, we have had some of the questions from the panelists, from the audience. If I may distribute it to the panelists, please. First, from Rinaldi, yeah, he is asking about the possibility to have global Hajj fund. So how is the possibility of having this, and can we realize this to further and to more optimizing the Hajj fund? I would address, and I would kindly invite Professor Azmi Omar to answer this, and also Mr. Hedi to answer this. Second question from Pak Fazlur, yeah, he's asking about the possibility for applying insurance tax for Hajj and Umrah. So if you don't mind, I would like to invite Brother Mohsin Tutla to answer about this question about the possibility to apply insurance tax. And last question is coming from Mrs. Susi Indriani. She is asking about the effect of COVID-19, which may take longer time. Yeah, we may take not only this year, but also in upcoming years. So how do we manage this, the impact, and how do we sustain the business of Hajj in the upcoming years? We would like to invite Professor Said, please, to answer this question. So first, Professor Azmi.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, if we talk about an ideal situation, we would love to have a global Hajj fund. Similarly, just like when we talk about Islamic banking, we would like to have a mega Islamic bank, which a number of countries, including Indonesia, initiated and wanting to do it. Definitely, because we know that Hajj is an obligatory. Whether we like it or not, we have to perform Hajj, except in certain circumstances. Hence, what my vision would be, each country would have their own Hajj fund, and then link with an international body, what we call Global Hajj Fund. So in this particular case, we would have a concerted effort to develop Islamic assets, particularly, and focusing on development of one in the context of Hajj facilities in Saudi Arabia and in the other countries. So in this way, we develop the Hajj fund industry. We also develop the Islamic finance industry, as well as, thirdly, we develop the Islamic economics or halal economic sector, the real sector. Why? Because those funds will then be invested in facilities, in goods and services to support Hajj. Short answer to a because of the time constraint.
Thank you so much. Mr. Hedi, please.
Yes,
For the same
thank
question.
you. Thank you. First of all, my greetings to Professor Azmi. I join him basically for the points he made. I think establishing Hajj funds at the level of each country is already a big step forward, because many countries, they still do not have really a Hajj fund that manages basically the Hajj assets with the proper investment allocation and sustainability and so on. So this is really very key development if it happens, because once that is done, perhaps maybe thinking of something to coordinate at the global level to benefit from best practices, and perhaps maybe do some co-investments or certain activities that they can do jointly. Perhaps it could be a second step. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hedi. I would like to invite Mr. Tutla, please, to answer about the possibility of InsurTech, please.
So the possibility of insuring Hajj packages or Umrah packages, it's already there in the market. I was very well aware. We were actually coordinating with Allianz at one point where they developed a Hajj and Umrah insurance. The Ministry of Hajj of Saudi Arabia, they signed an agreement with Tawaniya with an insurance policy and package that covered Hajj and Umrah, and that provided tremendous cover. However, the risks that you have is that there's no insurance company that has covered the effects of COVID-19 and the kind of impact that that would have on your particular preparation. The kind of things that you have to look at, for example, when it comes to insuring for Hajj, is imagine that you are a female and you require your mahram to travel with you for Hajj. Now, the risk levels of people being above a certain age, and then imagine the male counterpart falls ill. Now, that would also mean that the female counterpart will not be able to travel at the same time. So the kind of calculations that take place in Hajj is actually quite different. So there's no particular quality package out right now. However, I know that there are solutions being worked on because people do not have certain appetite for risk, and these banks are having to try to take it in order to rejuvenate or kickstart the Hajj and Umrah industry. I'm pretty sure that there will be insurance policies in place because COVID-19's impact is not short-term. You're looking at the next 3 to 5 years, and you're going to have to bring stability to it. So I'm pretty confident that there will be.
Thank you, Mr. Tutla. Prof. Said, please. Can you please unmute yourself? Yes.
Okay. I was asked to talk about the effect of COVID-19 on the future of Hajj. We all know COVID-19 is a virus that kills. Though I know a lot of Muslims will be so excited to die during Hajj or to die in Mecca and Medina, but I'm certain that KSA would not like that. So COVID-19 is a disease that's here to stay, or it's a virus, I should have said, that's here to stay. And I think the KSA have handled it very, very efficiently and very well. We need to learn how to coexist with it and need to find a new business model when it comes to KSA. I like the input provided by my fellow speaker. Let me see here. Mohsen have presented a very eloquent statement related to COVID-19, and we need to be proactive. The KSA was proactive. Indeed, they save a lot of life this year, and we will find new ways to deal with it. We'll find new ways to deal with it till medically it's wiped out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Said. I wish I could extend question from audience, but since we are unfortunately behind the schedule, so with the permission of the panelists, I would like to conclude the session by concluding some of the very important points coming from our discussion. First, in order to realize and utilize the economic of Hajj, some of the points we need to be pondered. First, the management of Hajj fund itself and Umrah fund itself. Yeah. How can we manage the cost? How can we optimize the return coming from the fund and also manage the expenses? And then including the halal industry itself, the businesses engaging or following the business of this ibadah. Second one about the ibadah itself, yeah. How can we manage the jama'ah, the infrastructure, the key success factor identified by Professor Said, yeah, and Mr. Tutla as well. And then the last but not the least, how can we also gain the benefit of this economic of Hajj? Not only the Saudi government, which may have 150 billion US dollar revenue coming from Hajj, but can we, I mean the domestic Muslim, also gain similar benefit by serving this kind of ibadah? So with this, I would like to thank all of the speakers, and I really appreciate your thought, your idea, your information and fact to us here. And with that, I would like to again thank you so much, and I will return this to the MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Wonderful discussion. Listeners, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the beautiful event, International Hajj Conference, Indonesia, Sharia Economic Festival 2020. We hope that all our discussions can be knowledgeable and insightful for us. I would like to remind the next virtual agenda will be held on tomorrow morning by Team Islamic Investment Forum, that part of Indonesia Sharia Economic Festival 2020. My name is Putri Juniawan. Thank you for joining us, and see you tomorrow. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.